For this project, there are 2 SDRA members affected.
Okay. And can you please turn to what has been marked as E3?
Yes.
Can you tell me, well, first of all, did you assist with preparing this document?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell me what it depicts?
The first page of it depicts the route of the pipeline through the Sioux Valley Energy territory, as per what we are aware of. And then each additional page is a township by township map and the of the pipeline in bright yellow, and then where the kind of teal colored circles are, those are crossings that Sioux Valley Energy has of the proposed pipeline route.
And to the best of your knowledge, how many instances do you believe your infrastructure would cross with the proposed navigator route?
I believe we have 42 crossings.
Okay. And then can you next turn to E4, please?
Yes.
And is this a document that Southeastern Electric prepared?
Yes, it is.
And is it your understanding that Southeastern Electric at this time believes that there would be approximately 30 crossings? Is that your understanding?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Smith, you submitted pre-file testimony in this matter, is that right?
Yes, I did.
And to the best of your knowledge, is that testimony accurate as of today's date?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. At this time, I would offer exhibits E1, E2, E3, E4, and E5. As Ms. Edwards indicated at the outset of this matter, those exhibits have been stipulated to by the parties. I would offer them at this time.
Ms. Bailey, thank you very much for the offer, and they will be admitted.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, next I want to talk to you about potential crossing issues. First, let's talk about overhead power lines. Can you tell me about some of your concerns or specifications that you would want to see with regard to overhead power lines?
There's a OSHA requirement that anybody doing construction stays over 10 feet away from an overhead power line of the voltage that Sioux Valley Energy has. So I would be concerned that if they're doing digging underneath the lines with large excavation equipment, that they would, potentially be able to put the boom of a backhoe or excavation equipment into the line. That is one, and that is a safety issue, and that is very near and dear to our heart. We don't want anybody to get hurt, for sure. And the other concern I have with overhead lines is that they're not digging too close to an existing pole. If we're notified exactly where the route is, and we have any poles that are within 10 or 15 feet of the line, or of the route where they're going to be doing excavating, we can work with Navigator to get those moved, and it might require we have to set 2 poles to replace one, but that would be definitely something that we would be interested in knowing that ahead of time.
Okay, and with regard to the, with regard to the poles, is it true that any sort of micro routing changes could have a major impact in terms of whether or not poles would need to be moved or reinforced?
Absolutely.
Okay, and would you appreciate the opportunity to work with Navigator on those issues?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, and then the first thing I heard you just say is that it would be your expectation that all contractors on the site follow OSHA standards?
Correct.
Thank you. Was there anything else with regard to overhead lines?
No.
Next, I want to talk to you about underground buried utility lines. Can you tell me about your concerns or things that you would want to see with regard to your underground lines?
One of the concerns is the locating of the underground system and using the 811 system to find underground facilities. And then once they are marked, that they would only use, and actually in the 811 rules, within 18 inches horizontally of the marked facilities, the excavator shall expose the facility only by the way of hand excavation, air cutting, water cutting, or vacuum excavation, and or in a manner that does not damage the underground utilities. So we just want to make sure that they're not, digging right next to the underground facilities with, the big yellow cable locator.
Okay, and you mentioned 811. Are there South Dakota specific 811 rules, and would you expect training with regard to South Dakota specific 811 requirements?
Know what the requirements are in other states. So if a contractor comes in from out of state, I would expect that they be trained and knowledgeable on what the rules are in the state of South Dakota. I think they're similar in most states, but we just need to
lines. Let's talk about vertical separation. What would be your request with regard to a minimum separation distance of vertical lines or vertical spacing, excuse me?
We would expect that the underground power line and the pipeline be separated by 2 feet, 24 inches at a minimum. Our underground cable is, the code minimum is 36 inches. However, most of ours is put in between 42 and 48 inches. So if we're 48 inches, and requesting 2 foot of clearance, that 5 foot depth that Navigator is proposing may not be sufficient under all underground cable.
Okay, and talk to me about the requested 90-degree crossing angle.
Yes, we would request on all underground cable that the would cross as close to 90 degrees perpendicular to willing to work with anyone on this at a different angle than 90. The 10 foot separation between our underground facilities and the pipeline, and this is due to that's the term that I use, between utilities. So we just want to make sure that we can accurately locate our facilities into the future. And the other reason we request 10 feet, then if we have to do any digging, we have something wrong with our system, then we also have that separation so our crews aren't right next to the pipeline that's running parallel to our facilities.
Okay. And you have participated in the creation of a crossing agreement, is that right?
That is correct.
And that is marked here as E5, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have that document in front of you?
Thank you.
Could you please turn to page 3, paragraph 17, and let me know you're there?
I'm here.
Okay. Can you read number 17 for us?
Yes, the agreement will be incorporated into any forthcoming permit granted by the South Dakota Public Utilities Commission. Any dispute related to compliance with this agreement may be represented to the PUC.
Okay. And then there says may be presented to the PUC, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So is it true or accurate that you're asking that any agreement between SDRA member companies and Navigator be incorporated in any forthcoming permit granted by the PUC?
That is correct.
Okay. You talked about overhead lines and underground facilities. Is it true that you would expect, in addition to just the particular crossings, that you would expect for all areas of the route that there be coordination with regard to overhead utility lines?
Absolutely. You know, and if we know that there's going to be work at an overhead line, we can do, you know, some mitigation to help make it safer, but we still need to have the 10-foot separation.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to share with the commission at this time that we haven't already covered?
I guess one thing I would like to share is that we would respectfully request that this be for all current and future crossings that we may have with the pipeline. So we have a plan, and for the people that come, you know, after me that hasn't had the same institutional knowledge to sit here and listen to the proceedings, that they know that, okay, when we have a crossing with Navigator, and I propose it be both directions, that if we cross Navigator or they cross us, we have an agreement that works for both of us, and it would be for current and future crossings.
Do you feel the ask that the agreement apply to future crossings is important for growth and development of the particular areas that you serve?
Yeah, absolutely. We have a lot of growth in our area, around the Sioux Falls area. There's a lot of growth that we heard about yesterday from east of Sioux Falls. In the rural area, we have a lot of growth. There's a lot of agricultural growth going on in our rural areas, and we are, you know, doing work all the time, changing our system, adding facilities.
Thank you. And is there anything else that you'd like to share with the commission that we haven't already addressed?
I don't believe so.
Okay. I would tender the witness for cross at this time.
Navigator, do you have any questions for this?
Thank you, Mr. DeHue. A few questions. Good morning, Mr. Smith.
Good morning.
In your 17 years with Sioux Valley Electric, have you encountered other linear infrastructure projects, other pipeline projects that have involved crossings of your utility needs?
Yes, we have.
It's not uncommon, is it?
No, this is a typical utility practice.
And with respect to resolving the issues, in this case, we have 72 crossings, I think. There may be different issues at each crossing.
That is correct, yes.
And frequently, resolution of those issues involves engineers and people with expertise in the subject matter, correct?
Correct.
Is that something you're involved in sometimes with your engineering background?
Sometimes, yes, sir.
And is it common to work out any issues related to the crossing by mutual agreement?
Yes.
As of the day of your testimony, you had not yet discussed the terms of any of these crossings or a general crossing agreement with Navigator, correct?
That is correct.
And the document that is in evidence as E5 is a draft agreement for the starting point of discussion, essentially.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
And since you're represented by counsel, excuse me, any conversations at this point about the details of this would be conducted through counsel.
Yes.
The details of crossings need to be resolved before construction,
Yes, sir.
and we still have quite a bit of time before construction if a permit is granted.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any reason to think that we won't be able to reach a crossing agreement and work out the details of these crossings with Navigator?
I have no reason to believe that we would not be able to come to an agreement on these.
You talked a little bit about the importance of 811 locator calls. Is that important to you and your business?
Absolutely.
Is it a safety issue?
Yes.
Is it something that you do public outreach on to try to educate landowners where you have utility easements?
Yes, we do.
And the purpose of those calls is to ensure that excavations in those areas can be done safely without injury to any person or to your property, correct?
That is correct.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Taylor,
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Jordan,
Morning, sir, and on behalf of the landowners, thank you for holding over from yesterday. We appreciate that. In terms of this underground desired minimum separation distances, do you have minimum separation distances from tile lines?
We do not.
And would you be fine with your infrastructure if it was a few inches from a tile line, or is there a standard practice you try to avoid?
We try to avoid that few inches of separation. However, it does happen quite often where we are very close to the tile lines. It happens sometimes when we put our cable in after the tile lines, because a lot of times the tile lines, they're not known exactly where they are. So we don't know it until after the cable is in some cases, underground cable. And we, you know, if the tile line goes in after us, we're not in control of that. We're not getting crossing agreements from a landowner when they're installing tile. So we don't know where they all are, and they could be installed as per whatever their requirement is to, you know, create the right amount of fall for the tile line naturally drains.
What about natural gas pipelines? What's your minimum desired separation there?
The minimum is 2 foot on those also.
And so if, and you like to stay between 3 and 4 feet below the
Yes.
surface?
3 feet is the minimum by code that we need to be by the National Electric Safety Code, and we try to have between 6 and 12 inches over that for some of the same reasons that have been talked about yesterday, erosion, or if somebody's doing some, you know, modification to the grading. We're not flying our system twice a month. We don't do that, and so we don't know if somebody, you know, comes in there with heavy equipment and removes 12 or 18 or more inches of dirt. So that's why we try to be higher number than the 36 inches.
And so in the instance where there would be a natural gas pipeline, one of your electric cables, and then a proposed hazardous pipeline, how would that work for everyone to maintain their minimums? If you were pre-existing, would you stay there and the pipeline company would just have to go below everything, or how would that work?
That would be our request, but it would be something we would deal with on a case-by-case basis. It may be more economical for them to pay us to move our facilities out of the way than it would be for them to go deeper. So we would work with them on a case-by-case basis to make sure it's installed safely for all parties.
And then if you're moving your lines, do you have to temporarily interrupt services while you're moving your lines, or how does that work?
Sometimes we have redundancy built into our system in most places, but not everywhere. We also, if we have to interrupt service to, say, one member of ours, we would bring out a portable generator, set that up, and let that run, so they would not be able to have power while we were doing the work.
So if your goal is, say, to be at 4 feet and you'd like 2 foot separation, you would request Navigator, this hazardous pipeline, to be approximately at 6 feet depth.
Yeah, where they cross our underground facilities, yes.
And then if a natural gas pipeline wanted to expand its service in the area, what's your understanding? Would that pipeline then have to go 8 feet down?
You know, if they all cross at exactly the same point, I believe the chances of all 3 of them crossing at the same point on the earth is probably pretty slim.
Okay.
So I would expect that if a natural gas pipeline came later, they would reroute to beside the Navigator pipe at that point, you know, do a adjustment where they would move to the left or right, so we're not putting all 3 of them, you know, essentially in the same trench at that point on the earth.
Now, I missed it, sir, but how many individual customers does your group service in South Dakota, approximately?
I don't know exactly how many. Southeastern Electric is approximately 20,000. Sioux Valley Energy is almost 30,000, 29,000. But we have 2 counties in Minnesota also, so we would be somewhere in that probably 25,000 in South Dakota, but that is an estimate.
And all of those people rely on a daily basis around the clock for your utility service you provide, electricity?
Absolutely.
And it's true that you provide service to the community and any of your customers, correct?
Yes.
For you to get there a permitting process if you wanted to expand your cables, say in Brandon or Harrisburg or around Sioux Falls that you have to go through?
We have franchise agreements with like the city of Brandon, city of Hartford, Humboldt, et cetera, and we do not have to do specialized permitting as per those franchise agreements, and they come up for renewal. They vary somewhere between 20, 30, 40 years each. So in those communities, we don't have to do anything unless we are crossing a state highway. Then we have to get highway crossing permits. In the rural areas, anytime we're crossing or occupying the right-of-way, whether it's state or county, we have to get permits for that. Townships typically aren't requiring permits for us at this point, but there are some that are talking about starting to do permits in the townships also.
And throughout your 17-year history, sir, have you ever been a part of an expansion project or a new service area that met with resistance of hundreds or thousands of landowners who did not want rural electric expansion?
I thousands or hundreds, no. Dozens, yes. There's been, some people don't want to change the way things are where they live. And so if we're building an area that's a good example of this is around Lake Madison, if anybody's familiar with that. We have a lot of growth around the lakes, a lot of large homes being built there. And the people that live 2, 3, 4 miles away really don't like it when we build overhead lines past their house to service the growing load around Lake Madison.
Yeah, and overhead lines, you can understand that. It's
Yeah.
a visual, kind of nuisance if you're building a new home. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
But in terms of the electrical service itself, have you had complaints of people not wanting your electrical service?
No.
And you stated that there's lots of growth around the Sioux Falls area. Is it the intent of your co-op to want to be part of that growth?
Absolutely.
And would you agree that the revenues from your, that supports your entity and support the future infrastructure projects come from the ratepayers of your customers?
That is correct.
And the more ratepayers and the more expansion you have, the better for your members and your business?
Yes.
And you were here for testimony yesterday when folks around the Sioux Falls area specifically were concerned about not building buildings, not expanding businesses if this pipeline would go through. Did you hear that
I
testimony?
didn't hear that.
And you would agree, sir, that if folks who had expansion plans did not do those plans, those are potential customers you would be losing?
They are potential customers, yes.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Scott?
Thank you. Just briefly, Mr. Smith, thank you for being here. You had mentioned when you were discussing this with Ms. Bailey that OSHA has a 10-foot minimum near overhead lines. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then discussing the vertical separation, you mentioned you expected 2 feet minimum separation.
Yes.
Is that requirement based on OSHA as well?
That is not OSHA. I don't know if that requirement is National Electric Code requirement. It is a standard we are requesting, and we do need to meet code minimums, absolutely. And I'm not sure if that is a code minimum or not. I did not do the research on that.
Okay. And then I guess a similar question for the parallel underground separation that you requested was 10 feet, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Is that an OSHA standard?
It is not.
Is it a standard for any?
I don't believe it is. I don't know what the standard is there, though. I did not do research on that.
Okay. Can you explain what the rationale is for the 10-foot separation?
There's 2 points for it. Once, when we do get an 811 request, and we go out there and we locate those underground facilities, if there's facilities that are closer than 10 feet, it makes it more difficult to pinpoint where your facilities are, as they have earth bleed off between the two. And the other one is safety for both the pipeline construction maintenance crews that might be working on it, and for our crews, if they're working on our lines and have to dig up our lines, then they're not right next to the pipeline.
Does Sioux Valley utilize this 10-foot parallel separation with other utilities?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Smith, that brings us over here to commission questions. Today we'll begin with Commissioner Nelson.
Good morning. Thanks for being here, and special thanks for your patience in staying over and accommodating our busy day yesterday.
No problem.
Of the 42 crossings estimated, what percentage of those are underground versus overhead?
I don't know the answer to that. Our system is approximately 50% overhead and 50% underground. If I had to venture a guess, it would be that, but I don't know that for sure. I did not do that research. I should have.
And so you talked about, well, let me go back. And so by looking at the map that is now on exhibit, we can't tell on there either, correct?
You can. The solid lines are overhead lines, and the dashed lines are underground lines on our map.
Perfect, thank you. You talked about possibly having to replace poles. Would that be a navigator's expense?
That would be our request, yes.
And would that be part of this crossing agreement? Or is that just, they've got to do it?
Possibly. I think it needs to be done whether this crossing agreement is in place or not. If they are, at a point where they're, digging next to a pole. So it doesn't maybe necessarily need to be part of this agreement, but it does need to be done.
And likewise, if they're crossing an overhead and your folks need to be out there to monitor that, is that expense going to be paid by Navigator?
That depends. If they're crossing it and they're going to be within that 10-foot approach distance, then we would expect Navigator to pay for the time and material to be there. If they're not, but we choose to be there anyway, then we would not expect that to be their expense.
Yeah, that all makes sense. I just want to make sure that your patrons aren't getting stuck for these extra expenses that they wouldn't have.
Absolutely. That's pretty standard utility practice on those kind of things, Commissioner Nelson.
The discussion about the 24-inch vertical separation, 90-degree crossing, are those items in the proposed agreement?
Yes, sir.
So you talk about incorporating the agreement into our permit, and that may be something just a little bit new for us. We're going to have this out in 58 days. I'm assuming that your agreement is not going to be consummated in 58 days, is that correct?
I don't know if it will be or not. I guess what I would respectfully request is if we don't have the agreement ready for when the decision is made by the commission, that the commission, one of the stipulations of the permit is that an agreement will be done on these crossings for all current and future crossings.
Thank you, and that I think I can agree with. And actually, we had a prior permitting docket where we had incorporated the requirement that some third party do something, and we had to litigate that. It was challenged and litigated. Fortunately, we won that, but I don't want to go through that again. And so I think the latter option that you laid out may be more realistic if in fact the permit is granted. And last question, would you anticipate 2 agreements, one for each co-op, or do you do a master SDREA agreement?
There are multiple ways we could do this. We could do a master SDREA agreement. Each co-op could do one agreement, or we could do an agreement at each crossing location. So we could do a separate overhead or underground agreement and list the crossings. I mean, there's multiple choice on how this could be done, and we're willing to work with Navigator on whatever is most palatable to them and us, so we all can have this taken care of.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, for being here today and taking time.
Thank you.
Really to protect the South Dakota Rural Electric Association, its linemen and its workers. Of course, I am passionate about that, just keeping the lights on for you. And
Great.
we work together with SVP on resource adequacy. I certainly enjoyed that. So 811, have you had any damages to your facilities the past year or 24 months where an 811 ticket was not requested and there was damages to your line from a excavator or
Yes, we have.
is one of your concerns to your infrastructure is when your infrastructure is hit by outside people that don't have a ticket from 811? And it happens often?
Yes. Yeah, that is a concern. That happens, I would estimate at least weekly. We get a damage where there is not a 811 call.
Because
Yeah.
I remember your CEO or general manager talking about that at one of your district meetings is he had a high alert on 811 call before you did because your linemen certainly have a lot of work to do when that happens.
Right, absolutely.
So let's talk about your linemen because as you know, your three commissioners absolutely adore your linemen. And they try to keep the lights on whenever the weather is a struggle, and in South Dakota it is a struggle. So, do your linemen or does your management staff have any concerns about the safety of your linemen when they go fix one of your damaged portions of your line after the damage has happened? Because do you cross any do CO2 lines cross any of your facilities currently?
Not to my knowledge.
So has there been any concern of the safety of your linemen with your once a week at least incidences that happens?
Yes, there's always concern. You know, if they are following the safety rules, they minimize the concern as much as possible. The bigger concern probably is the public. Getting people to slow down in work areas, those kind of things. That is really an ongoing battle. But yes, we do have some concerns with the safety of our linemen.
So has Navigator reached out to our two biggest rural electric utilities on safety of carbon that could be, their lines could be hit during an excavation and your people will be out in the field? Have they reached out to you about safety and how to make sure that your linemen are protected?
Not to my knowledge, they haven't.
Have you been able to see the plume model on if a line is hit, the disbursement of the CO2 line and the projections and the forecasts of how far that can travel on the ground level according to wind speed, or it just depends. There's lots of variables, but have you been able to see that?
I have not seen one specific for Navigator. I did look at some of the modeling done on the all great Google from the Mississippi incident on that CO2 pipeline, and what, you know, some of the things were there. You know, quite frankly, I looked at it and I didn't fully understand it. I kind of get it, but I didn't fully understand it. So it would take some education to make our people aware of what it is and how to deal with it.
So it would be very important for you and your team members to understand the safety risks that deal with CO2 pipelines versus like Dakota Access that has fuel and oil in it.
Yes, it would be important that we would know the difference and how to deal with it.
And now I have to look through all my notes. Mr. Smith, before, I think all the other items have been covered. Thank you, Mr. Smith, for being here.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Good morning, Mr. Smith.
Good morning.
Good to see you again. Glad you could stop by and enjoy the pier for as many days as you have.
Yes, sir.
A little extra vacation for you.
There you go.
In regards to buried cables, what parameters, how do you decide which cables you're going to bury and which you aren't? Besides the fact that if you're in a community that requires you to bury them.
Right. We would typically build, or put in an underground cable versus overhead line. We do the last mile into the farmstead is typically underground. So from the road in, we are building underground and replacing, putting a new transformer and all of the other appurtenances that we need to use for our system. Doing that all new with the hope that we don't have to be back on that farm place with a truck for many years. Most of our tree trimming is on, up into the farmyards, or a lot of it. So we hope we can, minimize that over time. So that's one place where we do underground. We do underground in crossings of the interstate, for example, where the state really does not want us to put overhead lines across the interstate, so we do underground there. And other than that, it's kind of on a case-by-case basis, and it really depends upon what kind of electrical load we see on that line in the future. To build an overhead line to meet what we think is the future needs for the next 50, 60, 80 years will cost us about $125,000 a mile. To put in the same capacity underground line is over $300,000 a mile. And so we're trying to do this to be financially prudent with our members' money, because it's not our money, it's our members at the end of the line's money.
It's interesting, thank you. Were you, I assume, being facetious when you were saying you preferred that the applicant, if they are successful, that they do not use their big yellow cable?
I was. Yeah, that was tongue in cheek, yes, sir.
Their big yellow cable detector?
Yep.
That's a backhoe, that's what you're...
That, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
I was assuming that there wasn't an instrument that I wasn't aware of.
No, that's kind of a joke in the utility world. They'll talk about, our cable was hit by the big yellow cable locator.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Commissioner,
Well, I have a follow-up question along that line. So your lines are 48 inches deep approximately, and you're getting hit once a week, is that right?
Once a week on where we don't have calls, we get almost every day we have the public get into our lines, either overhead or underground, almost every day.
That shocks me.
It's crazy. We've had days where we've had 8 and 10 public hits in one day. That's unusual, but having one a day is not unusual at all.
Oh my, well, thank you.
Yes.
Did I follow that?
yes, Commissioner Hanson?
Are most of those in Sioux Falls in new construction areas?
No, they're everywhere. In Sioux Falls in the new construction areas, some of it is due to the fact that the cable was maybe just installed the last week and it's not on the 811 map yet. We have a few of those, but more of the ones are people, we didn't think there was anything here. That's what we hear over and over and over again. So we're trying to educate the public, and that is a battle.
Thank you.
Well, just a short anecdote, I called an 811 locate a couple years ago, and they came out and I knew there was underground coming into the place, and I was told by the 811 locator, no, there is no cable there. And I said, yes, there's a cable there, you find it.
Yes.
And ultimately they did, so it's...
Yeah, they're, the people that do the locating are human, they do make mistakes. So just because somebody calls 811, I'm not 100% going to guarantee they're going to, exactly mark where our cable is. However, if they don't call 811, I'll 100% guarantee we will not mark where our cable is.
Ms. Bailey, any redirect?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Couture. Mr. Smith, Commissioner Nelson asked you about the potential need to relocate facilities. Could you please turn to E5, page 2, and let me know when you're there?
Yes,
Okay, do you see paragraph 11?
yes, I do.
Okay, and is the second sentence of that paragraph, if utility agrees to relocate an electric line or facility, crossing party, which in this case would be Navigator, shall cover relocation costs?
Yes,
So the draft agreement contemplates that the crossing party Navigator would cover relocation costs, is that correct?
that is correct.
And that's what you'd be asking for?
Yes.
Next, I want to talk to you about E3, which is, as you stated earlier, the document you prepared with regard to crossings. Let me know when you're there.
Yes, I'm here.
Commissioner Nelson asked you a good question about overhead versus underground lines. Can you please turn to page 3 of E3? And they're not marked, but...
Yes.
Okay. And so page 3 has Aurora sub in red on the
Yes.
top. You see that? Okay. Can you help us understand, looking at these sort of teal ovals or circles that you discussed earlier, which mark the potential crossings, can you tell us, looking at those, what the differentiation is between overhead and underground facility crossings?
Yeah, if you start at the top of that page, the first 3 are overhead crossings. The pink color is a 3-phase line, and then the red color is a single-phase line. Red, blue, and green are single-phase lines, and that, for our purposes, that's our A, B, and C phase. And then the pink is a 3-phase line. So the first 2 are overhead lines. The one closest to the Aurora sub is a overhead 3-phase. Then the one right around the corner is an overhead single-phase. Then 2 miles south, these are in townships and 1 mile squares. 2 miles south, where the corner of our line is, they cross us at overhead. 1 mile south of there is an underground line, right down by the river, and then 2 overhead lines further down on the map.
Okay, so earlier when you spoke about lines that were dashed, I'm not sure the exact phrase you used, and ones that were not.
Right.
So looking at Exhibit E3, page 3, on these 6 potential crossings, one of them is underground, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. You were also asked about individual crossing agreements or an SDREA master agreement. Whatever route is taken or path is taken forward, we expect that key components be incorporated into any agreement.
Yes, I would.
And that would include your request with regard to minimum vertical separation and parallel, is that right?
That's correct.
And of course, with regard to following OSHA standards.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, I don't have anything else.
Recross Navigator. Mr. Taylor,
Nothing, thank you.
Mr. Jordy,
Sir, prior to council appearing before you, did Navigator reach out and contact you to either share information or understand your concerns?
They, we did get contacted by Navigator, but it was more on the electric needs at the ethanol plant for the large compressor that they'll have there and equipment.
Okay, so contacting you about what they needed
Yes.
from you, but not concerned with your needs about this project necessarily?
That was not part of the conversation, that's correct.
Okay, all right. And the power draw that they're gonna need, if this goes forward at all, the ethanol plants, is that significant?
Yeah, yes it is.
All right. Do you said you have redundancies, are there ever times when your organization has had to institute any blackouts or rolling blackouts or any interrupt in service due to high draw, for instance, in the summer months?
We had a rolling blackout implemented on us by the Southwest Power Pool in Winter Storm Uri. It was 2021, February of 2021, and that we did experience where there were forced rolling blackouts for us. Yes.
Do you have lots of customers who operate their center pivots via electricity?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, sir. Nothing further.
Staff?
No questions.
You're good. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
So, with that, I'm going to look around the room and make sure we don't have any options for a next witness or proceeding to Mr. Jordy's next witness. No? Where are we at? We've got staff ready.
Staff calls Bill Bird.
Can you spell your last name?
Y-R-E.
Yeah, I'll give you an oath if you'll stand, please. Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Ms. Edwards, let's just hold on a minute.
No, you can go ahead.
Okay.
Mr. Bird, before you speak, I'll just ask you to hit the button on the microphone, the white brown.
Okay, that's good.
Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself for the record?
I'm William Bird, president of RCP Inc., which is a engineering and regulatory consulting firm that works for primarily companies that operate pipelines regulated by PHMSA, the Pipeline and Petrochemical Safety Administration.
And how did you find yourself involved in this topic?
Frankly, I don't remember who initially reached out, but somebody reached out to us, looking for an expert to work for the Public Utilities Commission to render expert opinions about the application.
Did you file pre-filed testimony in this docket?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to turn your attention to what has been marked as Staff Exhibit S2, which has been stipulated to by the parties. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
What is that document?
That is the testimony I submitted about this particular application.
At the time that you filed that testimony, was the information therein true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any additions, deletions, or corrections to make?
I'll add, supplement to whatever questions I get, but I don't have any changes to this document.
If I asked you the same questions here today under oath, would your answers be the same?
I'm not as young as I used to be, but I'm usually consistent, so yes, I think it would be.
Thank you. Do you adopt this pre-filed testimony S2 as your sworn testimony in this proceeding?
But what was the very first thing you said?
Would you adopt this testimony
Yes.
as your sworn testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
I would move for the admission of Exhibit S2.
it will be admitted.
In your pre-trial testimony, you recommended that inspectors used during the construction process should be API 1169 certified. Is that still your recommendation?
Yes, it is.
Why would that be?
Well, it's not a perfect credentialing and certification process, but it's the only one that's been prepared, and it was developed with the input of experts in the industry who are very familiar with the process of inspecting pipeline construction projects. And I've reviewed the syllabus, all the materials that are required to be understood by a pipeline inspector under the certification process, and I think it's very comprehensive. And there's no documented alternative, at least it's publicly available. And it's not an onerous certification process. It's I know people that have been certified under it, and certain pipeline operators have committed to have all their pipeline projects inspected by certified inspectors by a certain date. Now, it takes a while to get everybody certified, but on a greenfield project like this, I think it's a reasonable thing to expect. And frankly, if I was an owner and navigator, I would want to make sure that it was inspected properly during construction. So.
Thank you. You also raised concerns about the status of high consequence area analyses. Has Navigator, to your knowledge, addressed that concern?
Yeah, well, and I'm not sure I would say it's a concern, more I'm just noting that it hasn't been completed yet. And realistically, it can't be completed until number one, the pipeline location is set, and number two, the more detailed site-specific dispersion modeling has been completed, and that hasn't been completed yet. So I'm just noting that the final high consequence area analysis for this pipeline has not been done.
Is that typical of this stage in the game?
Yes, at this stage of the game, for that type of pipeline, yeah, they can do some, what I would call back of the envelope, looking at the route, and probably get a pretty good idea of what pipe segments would be considered could affect, and it's a term of art in the liquid pipeline regulations. So they can probably guess fairly accurately what segments of pipe would be in or out of that official program, but they can't give a definitive answer until they've done all of their detailed dispersion analysis.
Are you familiar with the high consequence area map that we've discussed in this topic?
I'm familiar with high consequence area maps in general. I think I've seen stuff from the docket, but I don't remember a specific map.
What's the difference between that document and the high consequence area analysis that we just talked about?
Yeah, so there's a lot of confusion about how the high consequence area process works, and for gas pipelines versus liquid pipelines. So, and people tend to confuse the two. So, in some of the testimony I've read in this case, it's been confusing on that topic. So, when you talk about liquid pipeline high consequence area analysis, it's kind of a two-step process. The first step has basically been done by the government for you. So the government says, these are the populated areas, these are the other populated areas, these are the navigable waters, these are the unusually sensitive drinking water, these are unusually sensitive environmental areas. Now, some of those may be imperfect and you still have to refine the boundaries, but for the most part, you can get that from the government. Okay, so we know where those sensitive areas are before we ever build a pipeline. Now, the question is the second step of the process: can my pipeline segment affect any of these areas with a worst case discharge? So let me use an example of an oil pipeline because people are more familiar with how an oil pipeline would work. So you've got an oil pipeline going across hills and valleys. An operator would literally have to look at the locations along this pipeline and go, well, if I had a worst case discharge at this point on the pipeline, where would it go? And would it affect this navigable water, this drinking water, this populated area? Move 100 feet down the pipeline. If I had a worst case discharge at that location, where would it go? Move 100 feet down the pipeline, do it again. Okay, so all along the pipeline, you're asking the same question. If I had a worst case discharge right here, would it affect any of these high consequence areas? So the question isn't where are the high consequence areas? We kind of know that. The question is, if I had a worst case discharge at this point on my pipeline, would it affect it? Well, what about on this point? Well, what about on this point? And you ask that question all the way from start to finish on the pipeline system, and then you can draw your map and say, well, these are the areas, this is a segment of pipeline that could affect high consequence areas. And here's a segment of pipeline that can't affect high consequence areas. Or my model says won't affect the high consequence area. And nationwide, for liquid pipelines, it's about a 50-50. About half the liquid mileage in the United States, all types of liquid pipelines, would be considered could affect high consequence area pipelines. The other 50% of mileage would be considered not could affect.
Excuse me, I didn't hear you. The other 50%?
Would be considered, quote, not could affect, unquote. So that's just typical. I have no idea how that would work out for this pipeline, but those are just nationwide numbers for all the liquid pipelines regulated by PHMSA. So they haven't done that detailed analysis all along the pipeline to say these are the could affect segments. At least if they have, I haven't seen that detailed analysis.
Sure. Have you generally followed the testimony in this evidentiary hearing over the last week or so?
Yes, I am. Running behind in the last 2 days.
Did you catch any of the discussion on gathering lines?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any comments on that topic?
Yeah, that's another one of those areas that's frequently confused. Let me just backtrack for a second and say it's very important to understand when you're talking about PHMSA regulations that they have gas pipeline regulations and they have liquid pipeline regulations, and those are two totally different sets of regulations. So gas pipelines are regulated Part 192, Part 191. Liquid pipelines are regulated by Part 195. If they want to regulate a topic for both gas and liquid pipelines, they actually issue two regulations, one for gas, one for liquid. So even if they read the same, they're basically the same. So when we talk about gathering lines, there are gathering line definitions for gas pipelines, and there are gathering line definitions for liquid pipelines, and they're totally different definitions. So people, if they think about the gas pipeline gathering line definition, when really we're talking about liquid pipeline. And for liquid pipelines, it's a fairly simple question. And it's found in the definitions. So if you look at 49 CFR, Part 195.2, which is the definitions, they define gathering line, and they define petroleum. And they define petroleum products. Okay, so a gathering line carries petroleum. It says that verbatim. Petroleum is defined as basically crude oil. So if you don't have a crude oil pipeline in the liquid world, you do not have a gathering line. And it's that clear. So you can forget all the complications for gas pipelines and rural areas and yada yada. It's like, if you're not carrying crude oil, the answer is simple, and it's always the same. It's not a gathering line. So the Navigator CO2 pipeline is a transmission pipeline. There is no such thing as a gathering CO2 pipeline as far as PHMSA regulations are concerned.
Thank you. Another topic that came up over the last week is the difference between setbacks and buffer zones. Is there a difference between those two terms?
Well, neither is defined in the pipeline safety regulations. Personally, I think it's frequently people use the phrase setback when I would use the phrase buffer zone. And the reason is setback, I'm not a real estate attorney, but my understanding is setback has a defined meaning in real estate. And, if you've got a setback ordinance, it's a specific number that you can't build a house within so many lines of the property, so many feet of a property line, or so many feet of a roadway. Those are defined distances that are black and white. When frequently in the pipeline world, when they say setback, they're really talking about, no, this is a zone that I'm trying to avoid. To me, it's just avoids confusion if you call that a buffer zone as opposed to a setback, which kind of has connotations that are more concrete, more definitive than what I think people are trying to talk about. So I just try to be careful with the terminology so it's not confusing.
Thank you. Are there any other concerns that you raised in pre-filed testimony that, based upon what you've heard so far and read so far in filings in the docket, have not been addressed?
Well, that's an open-ended question. I'll bet there are, but I can't think of them right now.
Thank you, and I have no further questions, and I will tender this witness for cross.
Navigator.
Thank you, Mr. Hewitt. Good morning, Mr. Bird. My name is James Moore. I'm here on behalf of Navigator. Do you prefer open-ended questions or leading questions, sir?
I prefer clear questions. So, and then the ones about, is there anything else? It's like, well, boy, I'll think of something at 3 o'clock this morning, right?
I'll do my best, sir.
Yeah.
I have just a couple of questions about your resume and your background. On page 13 of the resume that's attached to your pre-filed testimony, you talk about your work with serving on the board of directors of the Pipeline Research Council International. Can you explain what that body is, what it does?
Sure. So the Pipeline Research Council International, or PRCI, is an international, the name is pretty descriptive. It's an international organization that sponsors and conducts research on pipeline issues. So PRCI, you've got various members of PRCI, but it's a voluntary organization. So companies will pay dues to be a member of PRCI, and my company paid dues to be a member as a consulting organization in PRCI. And they get together. I mean, they have a board that's very similar to this room, where you'll have a bunch of people around the table, and each one representing a different organization, and they literally vote on what research projects they want to fund for that cycle. And it's typically a 1-year cycle. You can bring up things off-cycle if it's important. But they spend several $1 million a year on different pipeline research projects, and it could be, they have different organizations within PRCI or different subdivisions, let's say, so metallurgy and welding, would be a specialty, or air emissions, compressor emissions would be a specialty. There are different areas that the PRCI organizes itself around. And generally, in each area, you're going to have a few research projects underway, and so the board votes on those projects and allocates funds, and you literally vote your dollars. So if your dues were $200,000 that year, you vote where you want your $200,000 to go. So and everybody around the table does that, and then you select the project. You eventually get the results.
Are you a current board member?
I'm not currently a board member, no.
When did you serve on the board?
One thing you'll learn is I'm really bad at remembering dates like that. So I probably stopped about 4 or 5 years ago.
And your resume also mentioned chairing the 2020 International Pipeline Conference. Could you explain what that is, please?
Sure. So the International Pipeline Conference, again, the name is descriptive. It's the largest international pipeline conference in the world. It happens every 2 years in Calgary, and that's where people present peer-reviewed technical papers, and they'll have well over 100 technical papers every cycle that deal with all types of topics. It could be air dispersion modeling, it could be metallurgy, it could be crack management, it could be geotechnical hazards. You know, they have a number of tracks that they organize, and then researchers literally from around the world will come to the International Pipeline Conference and present their research findings, and they have a peer-reviewed paper process. So the papers don't get published until they've gone through the peer review process. They get a technical paper number through the American Society of Mechanical Engineers, and it's published and available forever as a reference.
And how were you selected as the chair in 2020?
Most people could say I drew the short straw, but I was actively involved in the American Society of Mechanical Engineers Pipeline Systems Division at the time, or PSD. I had been chair of that division, and you know, when they needed a conference chair for the International Pipeline Conference, they asked, and the 2 organizations that sponsor the conference, the Canadian Energy Pipeline Association, or STOPE, and the American Society of Mechanical Engineers, their committees voted to make me the chair.
And with respect to the American Society of Mechanical Engineers, it has a separate pipelines system division.
Yes, it does.
And what is the work of that division?
It's you know, this is a technical association, right? The ASME, Society of Mechanical Engineers, and the people that participate in the pipeline systems division, one of the major things they do is the International Pipeline Conference every 2 years, but they also sponsor other training programs. They you know, might fund activities for other conferences, say in South America, Central America, activities in Canada with young pipeliners. So, you know, it like so many other volunteer organizations, the committee is kind of what you make of it, and you know, that's what they focus their efforts on.
I assume that in your regulatory consulting business at RCP, it's important for you to be current in the field in terms of regulations and in terms of what's happening in the industry.
Yes.
And has your participation in organizations like those that we've discussed enabled you to remain current and up to date?
Yes, among other things, yes.
Mr. Bird, with respect to your testimony in this case, have you reviewed any additional documents or done any additional work since your pre-filed testimony was submitted?
I've read testimony that's been submitted after the date of my report, and I've read you know, some of the transcripts from these hearings. I haven't read all of them. Staff has selected you know, testimony they thought was relevant to my testimony, and then sent me the draft copies of it. So I have read through that, with the exception of the last 2 days, which I'm still waiting through. Yeah, so supplemental testimony, I think, is the major thing that I've seen.
With respect to the overarching issue of PHMSA jurisdiction over the proposed Navigator Heartland Greenway pipeline, is there any question in your mind that that is a project regulated and governed by PHMSA and 49 CFR Part 195?
No, there's not.
I want to ask you a little bit about PHMSA oversight and your experience with how PHMSA does things. Can you explain PHMSA's processes for conducting reviews of plans and procedures that are governed by Part 195?
Sure. Yeah, so PHMSA has a routine auditing program for all the operators that they are within their jurisdiction, and they'll develop a schedule. And typically they do, I don't know exactly how often they go, but once a year, they'll lay out a year's worth of inspections. And the rule of thumb is they inspect every operator every year. It varies. Some smaller operators might not inspect it every year. Other operators, large operators such as Kinder Morgan, that they'll have people dedicated to audits every week. There's some audit going on with some PHMSA or state organization, so they get audited a tremendous amount. So PHMSA has their way of determining who gets audited and how long the audit's going to be and what the focus area of the audit will be. And then they generally coordinate that schedule with the operators. They're normally not surprise audits. PHMSA says, we want to come, the second week of September and look at your operator, qualification program, and maybe the operator says, second week of September doesn't work for us, but how about the fourth week? Okay, fine. Okay, so nevertheless, they spend hundreds of man days, personnel days every year doing audits, and they track that, and they have, one thing you can say for PHMSA is they keep good records. So they will know if there was a previous inspection, there was a comment about some topic, they'll be sure to check that topic the next time to make sure the operator has fixed whatever they thought the problem was. And they do very comprehensive reviews of programs in my experience. As one example, we did an integrity management program for a refinery pipeline system, not a long pipeline system, and it got inspected by a PHMSA auditor, and they got some comments back. One comment was, well, we think you ranked the risk of third-party damage too high for this pipeline system that goes mostly inside a plant fence. And I had two thoughts. And number one, well, yeah, they're probably right. Maybe you did rank that too high. And number two, I can't believe they dug into that level of detail on this little pipeline system. But that's indicative of how PHMSA does their inspections or their reviews of these documents. They will ask incredibly detailed questions, and they expect the operator to have answers.
Would you say that PHMSA's auditing process is rigorous or perfunctory? To which side of the ledger?
Yeah, I think my previous example, it's pretty rigorous, and there are certainly times when I disagree with the PHMSA inspector's opinion about something, but they're not afraid to get into the weeds on the document reviews, and you'll frequently see after some inspection what they call a notice of amendment, where PHMSA will notify an operator and say, we inspected your integrity management program or whatever, third-party damage program, and we think you need to improve your documentation concerning this thing or that thing, or you need to address this particular aspect of this topic. And sometimes the operator has to submit revised documentation to PHMSA. Sometimes they're just put on notice that the next time PHMSA comes out, they're going to be checking that particular issue. So yeah, it's not a perfunctory audit by any stretch when PHMSA goes and inspects an operator.
On page 5 of your pre-filed testimony marked as Exhibit S2, starting with the question on line 7 and continuing with the answer through line 12, you talk about where this pipeline is in the development process and how required plans and procedures that are subject to PHMSA regulation how the process typically evolves in terms of the preparation of those and their submission to PHMSA and PHMSA's consideration of that. Can you just explain in general your experience with that process?
Yeah, so, well, this pipeline is a greenfield pipeline and a greenfield pipeline company. Okay, so most of the time, just law of averages, when a pipeline operator is developing a new pipeline system, it's going to be part of an existing system that already has plans and procedures. And so there might be modifications to those plans and procedures before you start up the new part of the system, but you've got a body of documents that you're already working with. Now, this is a greenfield project, so you're starting with a blank sheet of paper. Now, obviously, the people that operate and are developing Navigator have a background in the pipeline industry. They're not starting with an exact blank sheet of paper, but they don't have existing programs and procedures that are Navigator-approved programs and procedures. So those are going to be developed over time as you develop the pipeline system and as you decide some important things about it, like what kind of leak detection system I'm going to have, what kind of automated valve system I'm going to have, what kind of SCADA system am I going to have. And those things impact the programs and procedures that you're going to write. So PHMSA says those things have to be in place before you start operation. But they don't say they got to be in place 6 months before you start operation or a year before you start operation. So it wouldn't be surprising to me that those things are going to continue to evolve in some form until you officially say we're ready to start this pipeline system or commission this pipeline system.
Mr. Lee testified in this case that the current schedule looks to be phased in service for this project if it's permitted late 2025, early 2026, with construction starting late 2024 or early 2025. Based on that estimated schedule for the project, are you aware of any plans or procedures for the pipeline that would need to be submitted to PHMSA for its consideration that you think should have been prepared and have not been prepared to date?
Well, part of your question presupposes you have to submit these things to PHMSA, and in general, you don't. Okay, so the operator is required to have them available for inspection by PHMSA, and just due to the course of events, you're going to need the parts that deal with design and construction in place before you start construction. You need the parts that deal with operations and maintenance before you start operations and maintenance. So while I would anticipate that Navigator is developing all these programs at the same time, certainly PHMSA would expect to see those construction procedures and specifications well in advance of the start of construction. And I believe some of the testimony from Mr. Lee a couple days ago mentioned that they've had at least quarterly meetings with PHMSA where they've talked about the material specifications and welding specifications and things like that, which indicates to me that while their plans and procedures for construction may not be complete, they're obviously working on them.
Based on Mr. Lee's testimony about that subject and meeting regularly with PHMSA, is that something that you're familiar with in your experience? Regular coordination and consultation?
Well, I'm not surprised on a project like this, which is number one, it's a very expensive project, and it is a greenfield pipeline operator. Where you don't already have an ongoing relationship with PHMSA. I mentioned, not trying to take on finger market, but they're a huge operator. They're talking about, PHMSA probably every day on one thing or another. So I wouldn't expect them to set up, quarterly meetings on a new project. But I think it's great that the Navigator has scheduled that kind of thing with them to, as I understand it, kind of proactively to make sure PHMSA is in the loop. And partly that's just good business practice because PHMSA will come out, you know, during a construction project and say, I don't agree with this vaulting procedure. And I mean, I've worked on cases where that has happened, and you know, that's incredibly disruptive. So you know, certainly it behooves an operator to make sure that PHMSA has seen and is you know, doesn't object to the way you're planning to build this pipeline before you get out there and start building it.
Mr. Lee has submitted written testimony about entering into a master agreement with PHMSA for design review under 49 CFR Part 190 Subpart E. Are you familiar with that process?
Well, I'm maybe you don't see it exactly the way he was describing it, but you know, the design review, as I understand it, actually is not written into the 49 CFR. It's part of the Pipeline Safety Act. And it's at PHMSA's discretion whether they want to do that kind of design review and submit the bill to the operator. My understanding is it's PHMSA's authority to do that, but it's not codified in the pipeline safety regulations, to my knowledge.
So it's fine.
Mr. Moore, can I interrupt just quickly? Do you have a long line of questioning left? Sure.
I'm half done, maybe.
Okay. At this point, I'm going to recess and give the court reporter a break for just a short recess, 10 minutes, 9:35.
See how humid it is outside.
Yeah.
Yeah, fortunately. So we got a petition drive starting in Lincoln County to force it. Yeah.
That was stupid.
Why was it stupid?
Lincoln County meeting?
It was perfect.
Meeting.
Well, they had 4 commissioners because I already bought one. You know, and so
Yeah,
you only
when
had.
did it show up then?
No, hold on. So let me explain this process.
Alright, let's walk.
Yeah, let's go over here. Let's go back.
I can walk outside. It's perfect.
So it's a mathematical thing.
I'm hungry. Yeah, I thought. These are the judges. I'll let them make that. Okay. Well, you know, well, when do you take a good picture?
Kristen told me you just started. It's like yours is your second day on the job. Congrats.
Oh, I tried.
She told me that. It happened so fast.
It's still frozen. It's supposed to have thawed out. Yeah, it's just, you're jealous. I'm sorry. I'm sure. But it's everybody give me on twice.
One of them brought something to it.
I think so. I think there's that many people here either, so.
Gary? Okay, I'll send you
Your class of 2023 always.
Do you have you're close to me. I have a blanket. I think there's a blanket underneath the black table. I have several in my van. This isn't the kind of double fisting I like to do, but you know.
I don't know.
It's finally hitting me that you're exhausted. Yeah, of it all. I woke up this morning and I think it's finally hitting my husband. Being a single parent. I think it's him. My mom, my kids, I don't know if you do it that you're not. My mom's coming this afternoon and he's like, I have to be out of his house anymore. Man, I know I saw her head. I saw her head.
What happened to him at Lost Rig where he we should get no. So, I don't want to bump you up, so.
yeah, which is, she did that.
They are very nice.
Amanda that.
That's the relationship.
So I'm taking a stage photo of you guys when everybody sits down from here. Yep, that's good. Perfect. We're gonna do a stage photo of you guys sit down.
Mr. Moore, you may continue even with the photography, I think.
Thank you, Mr. Director.
Okay, here.
Mr. Byrd, we were talking about the requested design review by PUC for large projects. And as I understood your testimony, that is not anything that's required by PUC regulation, and whether it happens is within PUC's discretion. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And you see it as a proactive request by Navigator with respect to this project?
That's what I understood his testimony to say, yes.
On page 6 of your testimony, starting with the question on line 18, you talk about PUC's inspection role after construction. With respect to PHMSA's inspections, could you please describe how PHMSA inspects and enforces compliance with its own rules and regulations?
Sure. So PHMSA sometimes picks a specific program to audit with an operator, say their controller management program or their operator qualification program. And then, they'll do a deep dive on that particular program. They also have what they call an integrated inspection program. And that is where PHMSA, it's a much more extensive kind of audit conducted by a team of auditors, typically for weeks. And that's where they try to take the entire pipeline safety code for that operator and delve into every aspect of it at once. Because even though we tend to think about these programs as what we call stovepipes, like operator qualification is a program, well, the qualification process you have for your operators affects how they operate the pipeline under your O&M program, and it affects how you do your controller management system, and it affects some of the integrity management activities. All these things are interconnected. So PHMSA sometimes does an integrated inspection. It's a lot of work for the operator, and it's a lot of work for PHMSA. So they're judicious when they schedule these integrated inspections. But whether it's a program by program kind of audit or whether it's an integrated inspection audit, they dive into what they think they need to dive into for each operator.
Well, there's been some testimony in the hearing that PHMSA inspects and enforces not only its own rules and regulations, but also procedures that an operator has adopted as its procedures. Is that consistent with your experience?
Yes, and I think I remember that part of the rule verbatim, which I don't remember a lot verbatim, but the rule says an operator shall prepare and follow, and they take that very seriously. So I sometimes jokingly say you can throw yourself in jail by putting something in your procedures that you don't follow. It's like, PHMSA considers that a violation of their rules. Let me give you one example. The rule says you have to inspect your rectifiers every 2 months, not to exceed 2.5 months between inspection. And an operator that I deal with put in their procedures, well, we're going to inspect our rectifiers every month, not every 2 months. And they did that religiously for years, until their corrosion technician broke his arm, was out of work for 6 weeks. And he came back and inspected rectifiers. PHMSA came and inspected them afterwards and wrote them up for violating the rectifier inspection regulations. And the operator said, well, but I still got them inspected on a 2-month interval, which is what your rule says. And PHMSA said, I don't care what the rule says. Your procedure says you do it every month. And you didn't do it every month, and that is a violation. that violation sticks, okay? So operators need to understand, if you write it down as part of your PHMSA compliance program, it is a requirement. You know, it's not just a suggestion or, well, usually we do it that way. It's like, if your procedure says you do it that way, that's the way you do it. Yeah.
And with respect to PHMSA inspection, then, what are the enforcement steps that PHMSA takes if it finds that an operator is not in compliance with its own procedures or with PHMSA rules? And I guess my question is, are there teeth to PHMSA's enforcement?
Yeah, so PHMSA has what I'll call a sliding scale of options. I always tell operators that the best thing that can happen is your auditor suggests you change something, you agree to change it, and that's the end of it. But sometimes it's, you know, they go back to their office and they write you a letter. That letter kind of starts with notice of amendment, which is you need to change your written procedures or program somehow. It can go to notice of probable violation. Well, I guess the next step is a warning letter. So the warning letter might be, we inspected your facilities or your documents on a certain date, and PHMSA is very precise when they talk about violations. So the warning letters, notice of amendment, notice of probable violation, they're all going to cite chapter and verse. So we inspected this and we think you violated 49 CFR or 195.165 paragraph C, which says, and they'll quote the rule, and then they say, and here's how you didn't comply with it in our opinion. So that might be a warning letter which has no violation, no penalty associated with it. It might be a notice of proposed violation, which typically does have a penalty associated with it. And we track, PHMSA enforcement actions, and their average penalty for an NOPV is over $100,000 a year, or $100,000 a violation. I mean, per NOPV. So sometimes there's several violations in a single NOPV, but it's frequent. It's common, I would say, to have a PHMSA violation of over $100,000, and they can, the statutory limit is, I think, $2 million per violation. And like I said, some frequently there are multiple violations, a single NOPV. So,
when there are multiple violations
in a single NOPV, notice of probable violation. So, so I would say PHMSA's enforcement program does have teeth. They tried to improve their track record, I would say, in the last few years in being more timely. Sometimes there still are delays with an inspection and the operator doesn't get the probable violation for a year or more afterwards. But Congress has tried to fix that with requiring PHMSA to follow up at least with their inspection notes in a timely manner so the operator knows if there were any issues that PHMSA had during an inspection.
Have you heard the testimony in this docket about performance-based standards with respect to PHMSA's regulations?
Well, I don't remember the specific testimony, but I know the issue.
I think the testimony here concerned the regulation concerning fracture propagation and how to address that, and the reference to that being a performance-based standard.
I do remember that.
Okay, and so with respect to the issue in general, what is your opinion about the effectiveness of such performance-based standards, and how does PHMSA enforce them?
Well, the government actually did a study of the types of regulations, for PHMSA, whether they're prescriptive or performance-based or management system-based. PHMSA has all those types of regulations in their regulations. Some of them are very specific, like the rectifier inspection thing I mentioned earlier, and it's clear. Every 2 months, did that rectifier get inspected? If it didn't get inspected, then that's a violation. Okay, easy. There are other things that are more performance-based. You have to consider fracture propagation in this pipeline and the methods to control it. Okay, so, well, that's much more of an engineering question, and you get different engineers with different opinions. But my impression is, for the most part, the performance-based parts of PHMSA regulations work pretty well. And frequently, when you've got a performance-based regulation, what I tell people is, well, how do you know you met the performance standard? Because the rule's not very clear. Well, you look at industry recommended practices. If the industry says, here's a recommended practice for how to deal with fracture propagation in this particular kind of pipeline, and you as an operator chose not to follow that, well, the burden of proof's on you to show why you didn't do what the industry said. This is the best way to do it. Maybe you have a good argument, I don't know. But there are things beyond the letter of the regulation that operators look at and that inspectors look at. So if an operator didn't follow some recommended practice, PHMSA may cite them under that part of the rule saying, well, you didn't have an adequate program for managing fracture propagation, and then cite the industry standard. Another example is the Common Ground Alliance best practices for excavation damage prevention. PHMSA hasn't incorporated those by reference in the rules, but if an operator doesn't follow that and they have a problem, it's going to get cited as, you didn't do what everybody agreed was the best practice for that particular situation.
I want to ask you a few questions about PHMSA rulemaking, which is addressed in a question and answer on pages 11 and 12 of your testimony. But in general, are you familiar with PHMSA's current rulemaking process with respect to CO2 pipelines following the Satartian incident?
Well, I am aware that they are committed to working on a rule. As far as exactly what they intend to put in that rule, I'm just as uninformed as everybody else at this stage of the game, because PHMSA has not, to my knowledge, shared publicly, any proposed topics that they're specifically trying to address.
And could you address and explain PHMSA's rulemaking procedure in terms of the steps from where we are today to getting to a final rule?
Sure. So it can start with, well, I guess it almost always starts with a regulatory agenda. And so they, like all the other federal agencies, write regulations, and they have a regulatory agenda. And they say, these are the things that we want to write rules on, or want to modify rules on. And that's a public agenda. You can find it, but it's just a to-do list. And they'll have dates on the to-do list. We're going to deal with CO2 pipelines, very, very high level. So then you may get out of that an advance notice of proposed rulemaking. So an ANP area. And the advance notice of proposed rulemaking is very conceptual. It will say, well, we want to, deal with dispersion modeling for CO2 pipelines. Let's just take an example. They might put an advance notice of proposed rulemaking out there and say, we would like to get comments on how we should deal with dispersion modeling. Okay, so again, high level, and various members of the public, representatives of government, experts in dispersion modeling can all say, well, we think that your rule should deal with it like this. And maybe from a program management standpoint, maybe from a specific parameter standpoint. So then PHMSA takes that advance notice comments and then goes to a proposed rulemaking, an NPRM, notice of proposed rulemaking. And that's where they get specific. So they'll say, here is a proposed rule. And here's how we would modify this paragraph or add a paragraph, and this is what it would say. Now, that's not a final rule, but at least now we have actual language that people can comment on. So then there'll be a comment period for that. So industry associations, you know, if they're affected by it, are gonna comment, you know, the American Petroleum Institute will comment, you know, LIVIE, you know, American Gas Association, Pipeline Safety Trust will comment, you know, members of the public, individual experts, individual companies, you know, might decide to comment on the proposed rule. And they might propose different language. They might just say, we don't think you should say it the way you said it. So then PHMSA is required under the Administrative Procedures Act to address those comments. They don't have to agree with the comments, and they frequently don't agree with the comments, but at least they have to say, you know, this organization, you know, recommended certain things, but we disagree for these reasons, and that's why we're going to go with this other language. So typically, that will eventually end up with a final rule. Sometimes, if the changes are significant enough, you might get a second notice of proposed rulemaking. Now, there is a step that I skipped over before you go to the final rule, where you have the advisory committees, and those have been mentioned in the testimony that I've read. So there is an advisory committee for gas pipelines, and there's an advisory committee for liquid pipelines. Those committees are composed of 15 members. So there's 5 members from the public, 5 members from government, and 5 members from industry. And those 15 people will have a meeting. You know, PHMSA sponsors the advisory committees. PHMSA will call the meetings, the committee members get together, and they'll discuss the language for a final rule before it goes final. And you know, so they have an official advisory capacity to PHMSA. And the practice, in my experience, you know, the committee doesn't have to have unanimous decisions. I mean, that's not a requirement. But the practice, in my experience, is they will work to get a unanimous decision. So everybody, the public, the industry, the government, agrees with the way this final rule is going to read. So, and you know, they do not have, to use your word, perfunctory input. They have very serious input, and you know, they get briefing packages before the meetings. You know, they have comments. They will caucus. You know, members of the public will caucus. The representatives will caucus. You know, they compare notes. And the meetings have transcripts. They're typically broadcast. You know, you can read the transcripts from all the advisory committee meetings. You know, it's a formal process. So by the time PHMSA issues a final rule, I know I'm getting long-winded here. I apologize for that. But by the time PHMSA issues a final rule, it's typically been thoroughly vetted. And there's been a lot of input and generally consensus around what the rule says. There are exceptions to that, but that's the general process.
Are there time limits for each step of the process, or an overall time limit from beginning to getting to a final rule?
No. Now they do, you know, when they issue something for comment, or they have a comment period, you know, there's a deadline in the comment period, you know, 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, whatever, but it's not unusual for somebody to request an extension of the comment period, which is typically granted. So there's, you know, even though Congress sometimes tries to give PHMSA a deadline on a rulemaking, so you need to have a rule published by this deadline, you know, PHMSA doesn't always meet those deadlines.
So as we sit here today with respect to the proposed rulemaking regarding CO2 pipelines, are you able to say with any degree of certainty when there may be a final rule as a result of that process?
No. I would not be surprised for it to be years from now.
And in your testimony on page 12, line 3, you say that this rulemaking process and the fact that it's ongoing now is not unusual, right, and that in fact the rulemaking process in line 5 is never complete because rules are always subject to future amendment. Is that part of the reason that you think that waiting for PHMSA's rulemaking process to be complete with respect to CO2 pipelines, and the current process that's underway is not a reason that the commission should delay consideration of the permit.
Objection, leading form.
Overruled.
Well, I can probably rephrase the question anyway. Let me regather my thoughts because I just lost track. I guess that the way I see the question for the commission in this case is, are CO2 pipelines adequately regulated? Because they're regulated today. So, we shouldn't pretend that PHMSA doesn't have jurisdiction over CO2 pipelines, but if PHMSA doesn't already have rules that apply to CO2 pipelines. They do, and they've been that way for decades. And in my experience, they're effective. So I think, and I'm just giving you my personal opinion, what you're going to see in a final PHMSA regulation is codification of what is currently best practices. And that's pretty common. Okay, so they're not dreaming things up that nobody's thought of before. They're looking at, okay, well, yeah, these are the things that prudent operators do. Why don't we make it a requirement so everybody will have to do that? So I don't expect to see a rulemaking out of PHMSA that's going to surprise anybody with new requirements. It's just going to bring everybody up to a certain level that hopefully prudent operators are already at. And that's why I wouldn't defer a decision. I think it's a question of do you trust the operator or the person who's proposing the project? And do you trust PHMSA to do an adequate job of oversight?
On page 8 of your testimony, you talk a little bit about the issue of HCA's and site-specific dispersion and overland flow modeling. I want to ask you a few questions about that. First of all, is the process of doing site-specific dispersion and overland flow modeling part of an integrity management program?
Yes, it is, for a liquid pipeline.
And can you explain what an integrity management program is, please?
Okay, so, I'll apologize in advance for being a little long-winded on this answer, but the analogy I use is a building. And I do a lot of pipeline training, typically in downtown Houston. There's a historic hotel just down the street, lovely place to stay if you ever go down there, and over 100 years old. And I say, okay, let's say you own this hotel and I'm the city building inspector. And I say, I'm not going to let you put people in this building on a regular basis until you prove to me this building is safe. And you could go, well, the roof's not leaking and the plumbing's not overflowing and the walls are, freshly painted and everything looks good. And the building inspector would go, yeah, but you haven't proved to me this building is safe. How do I prove the building is actually safe? It's 100 years old. Well, now I may have to dig into the walls, look at the steel girders, see if any of them are rusted or cracked, or if the rivets are popped loose. I mean, I have to dig into the foundation and make sure that it's got an adequate subsoil. There are things that are going to cost me real money, but at the end of the day, I should be able to prove that particular building is safe. And I think that's a pretty good analogy for how the pipeline integrity management rules work. The way I explain it, the traditional rules, before we had the pipeline integrity management rules, were based on the assumption that if you build a pipeline to a certain standard, and you operate and maintain it to a certain standard, and you fix what breaks, then you're good. Okay, that was kind of the philosophy pre-pipeline integrity management regulation. Then when the pipeline integrity management regulations came out, post the Bellingham, Washington pipeline as the Olympic pipeline, PHMSA changed their approach and said it's not enough to build it to a standard, operate it to a standard, maintain it to a standard, fix what breaks. For certain pipeline segments, I'm going to make you prove it's safe. Oh, well, that's different. Okay, how do I prove a pipeline segment is safe? Well, I now have to go do some inspections, maybe intrusive inspections. That's where I run inline inspection tools through a pipeline. Maybe I do another pressure test or a specific kind of pressure test in the pipeline. Maybe I have to dig up certain locations in the pipeline and physically examine them. These are all things that take time, cost money, maybe interrupt your operation. But PHMSA says that sounds like a personal problem to them. You know, they want to see the proof. And that's how the integrity management regulations are designed. You know, so in these, quote, could affect, unquote, segments, an operator is required to prove on a regular basis that the pipeline is safe. And we find what they call anomalies in the pipeline. Okay, well, I found something that looks suspicious, but you've got to go prove to me that that's okay. Maybe you have to dig it up, maybe you have to x-ray it, maybe you have to UT it, maybe you have to replace it, maybe you have to put a sleeve on it. So the idea is on a periodic basis, it's not a once and done situation. Every 5 years in a liquid world, at a maximum, you have to go out and reprove that this pipeline system is safe, or this segment. So that's a real long answer, but I think I answered your question.
You did, thank you. So with respect to determining whether the pipeline could affect an HCA, you talk about site-specific dispersion analysis and overland flow modeling. Starting with site-specific dispersion analysis, do the regulations or does PHMSA require any specific model, or how does it determine whether that has been sufficiently done?
There is not a specific model at this point in time. You know, there's not a specific modeling methodology, and that may be something we see future rulemaking about. But you know, right now it's a performance-based thing where the operator is required to do a could affect analysis, and you know, CO2 pipelines in that respect are no different than any other liquid pipeline, and there are multiple options for how to do it. There are multiple tools and software programs, and you know, the operator is required to do it adequately. And what's the definition of adequate? It's the PHMSA inspector is going to have an opinion, and frequently it's a team of inspectors. So, so I can't tell you this is precisely how they have to do it, and that level of definition just isn't in the rules. But they have to do it adequately, and PHMSA is going to inspect that to make sure they feel like it's adequate.
And have you heard or reviewed testimony in this case that navigators in the process of engaging someone to assist with the process of site-specific dispersion analysis for the purpose of determining whether there could affect HCAs?
Yes.
And have you heard anything that suggests that either the process that navigating is using or the timing of the process are unusual or inappropriate?
No, it appears reasonable to me.
And the process of determining and using site-specific dispersion analysis to determine could affect HCAs is normally something done after an initial route is determined.
Well, it can't be done until an initial route is determined.
Thank you. On page 9 of your testimony, starting at line 37 and continuing on to page 10, you talk about Navigator's leak detection program.
Right.
And with respect to your review of the application and the testimony and what Part 95 requires in terms of leak detection, do you have any concerns about the sufficiency of what Navigator is doing and has proposed?
No, what they proposed, and I'll admit, is high level at this point. So I can't look at a specific system that they're planning to implement or specific methodology or exactly how it's applied. So I can't pass judgment on those things at this point, but certainly they have listed in their testimony what I would call a laundry list of techniques, and they're all modern techniques that I would expect to see an operator use. Some areas, I'm not sure that level of monitoring would be required, but they're certainly aware of all the different techniques for CO2 leak detection, and I guess my perception is they're kind of all on the table at this stage of the game.
On page 11 of your testimony, you address the issue of emergency response plans. First of all, is the emergency response plan subject to PHMSA regulation?
Yes, it is.
Is it required by PHMSA?
Yes.
And is there specific content to the emergency response plan that's required?
Yes.
What has to be in an emergency response plan?
Well, that's where you're asking. It's a memory test, right? I'm not going to try to quote the regulation, but it generally deals with how you identify an emergency, how you receive notice of an emergency, how you notify people after you've been notified of an emergency, and how your personnel respond during an emergency, the equipment that you're going to have to respond with. And then it deals with the topic of drills and coordination, the coordination aspects with public emergency responders, the state fire, police, local emergency response organizations. Not all of that is incorporated specifically in the emergency response section of the regulation. Some of it's more on the public awareness side of it, but it deals with making sure you've got an emergency response plan, that your supervisors are trained on it, and that you've got the right people and equipment to respond to the emergencies that you could reasonably anticipate on this pipeline system.
And when does PHMSA require that an emergency response plan be completed?
Yeah, that's part of your operations and maintenance system, so it would have to be in place prior to beginning operations.
And are you familiar with PHMSA's processes for reviewing emergency response plans?
It's similar to the other programs and procedures that they review. They'll do it during a scheduled audit typically.
Given where this project is in terms of its development and permitting, would you expect that Navigator would have a fully developed and completed emergency response plan as of today?
No, I expect them, well, I guess the way I would respond, or the way I would manage this if I were in Navigator's shoes, is you kind of keep the book open on all of these plans and procedures until pretty late in the game, just because you don't want to finalize things too early. As you make adjustments to your leak detection system, or the types of emergency response equipment you're going to have, you're going to continually evolve all of these programs and procedures, and that would include your emergency response procedures. So I wouldn't expect to see final documents for just about anything at this stage of the game.
When an emergency response plan is submitted to PHMSA, do you know whether PHMSA keeps that document confidential?
So that's where I need to clarify a little bit. So oil pipelines have open 90 plans, the Oil Pollution Act of 1990. regulated in Part 194, 49 CFR Part 194. Those plans are submitted to PHMSA and approved by PHMSA. Emergency response plans for a CO2 pipeline are under Part 195, and those are not submitted to PHMSA or approved by PHMSA, they're just inspected by PHMSA. So it's different. So open ID plans have a formal approval and submittal process, and yes, they keep copies of those, and they're subject to FOIA. So that's under Part 194, though. 195 is where your emergency response for CO2 pipelines will come out.
You testified a little bit about inspectors and complying with API 1169, and that's on page 5 of your testimony. Right. And again, the purpose is to ensure that there are qualified inspectors during the construction process, correct?
That's correct.
And are you aware of other ways that a company can qualify inspectors without necessarily complying with 1169?
Yes. I mean, it's not like you're unqualified if you haven't done it. I guess my perception is, yeah, but if you want to prove to me you're qualified, that's the best way for me to know. An individual operator, I mean, they may have very comprehensive programs to qualify their construction inspectors, but I haven't seen them. So I don't know what kind of process they have. I have seen the API process, and I think it's a good process. So in the absence of an alternative process that I could pass judgment on, I would say use the API process.
There's been some testimony in this case about Navigator having contracted with DNV to do a design verification. Are you familiar with DNV?
Yes, I am.
And with respect to CO2 pipelines, are you familiar with DNV's design standard?
Yes, I am.
And do you consider DNV to be a reputable, I don't know what to call it, but I'll call it a company in this area?
Yes, they are.
And Mr. Bird, on page 12 of your testimony, lines 30 to 34, as I understand the answer there, it's your opinion based on the work that you've done in this case that the project should meet the criteria set forth in SDCL 49-41B-22 with respect to the issues that you've reviewed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. DeHuey. Mr. Bird, I'm William Taylor, and I represent some labor unions in this proceeding. Earlier in your testimony, you discussed the issue of gathering lines relative to liquid pipelines. There's been some discussion in this proceeding about what constitutes a gathering line and considerable, perhaps, confusion. Is it your testimony that in the non-petroleum liquid pipeline business, there is no such thing as a gathering line?
For liquid pipelines, that's correct.
Yes. And of course, this is a liquid pipeline.
Yes, it is.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Ms. Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. Good morning, Mr. Bird. My name is Ellie Bailey. I represent two associations in this matter. One is the South Dakota Association of Rural Water Systems. This proposed project will cross water lines, correct?
I don't remember seeing the maps of that, but I certainly would expect it to.
Okay, you didn't have an opportunity to review the testimony or listen to the testimony of Mr. Clint Kane earlier this week?
I don't remember seeing that testimony.
Okay, so you didn't hear him testify that rural water member systems serve hundreds of thousands of South Dakotans with drinking water? Would that surprise you?
No, it would not surprise me.
Okay, So a CO2 release could have a significant impact on drinking water, right?
I'm not sure I agree with that.
Will you agree with me that do you agree that there are potential crossings for water lines with this project?
Well, again, I can't testify to any specific facts, but, it's not uncommon to cross a water supply line.
Okay, so it's not uncommon, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So on what do you base your opinion that a CO2 release is unlikely to have a significant impact on drinking water? What do you base that on?
Well, the CO2, once you have a release, it's an atmospheric pressure. And, there's just not much of a pathway for CO2 to affect the source of drinking water. Now, there's a possibility that a pipeline will impact another pipeline. I mean, certainly that can happen. So if you had a CO2 pipeline rupture and there's a water pipeline nearby, the water pipeline is likely to be impacted by it. But that's not a long-term impact. That's more like a fender bender long-term impact to the water supply. It's something that, it's a damage you repair and you put the water system back in service.
Okay, so it's not a long-term impact, but it is an impact, correct?
A pipeline could affect another utility, including another pipeline, yes.
Okay, so is it your position that your testimony here and your pre-filed testimony, I'm referencing S2, page 7, specifically lines 45 and 46, is it your testimony that that relates more so to source drinking water?
Let me find this spot here.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm talking about the sources of drinking water, not drinking water pipelines.
Okay, thank you, appreciate that. My other question is, did you have an opportunity to review N22, which is the PHMSA exceedance table submitted by Navigator in this packet?
Well, I haven't reviewed the exhibits, the things that have been submitted to the docket, but I remember that table from their application.
Okay, so you reviewed that in the context of looking at the application?
Yes.
Okay. And earlier in response to Mr. Moore's question, you said with regard to PHMSA, quote, if you write it down, it's a requirement. Do you recall that?
Yes.
How would this commission know, with regard to that PHMSA exceedance table, how would this commission know whether PHMSA is going to hold the applicant to the parameters outlined in their PHMSA exceedance table?
Well, I guess there's the PHMSA exceedance table, as I understand it, it lists commitments that the applicant has made to the PUC. PHMSA wouldn't be involved in the PHMSA exceedance table until those things get put into some PHMSA program or procedure, and then PHMSA would start enforcing that. The PHMSA exceedance table as it exists today is something for the PUC to consider. How do you enforce that? PHMSA wouldn't, it's not PHMSA's process to say, well, a year ago you told the PUC you were going to do a certain thing and then you didn't put it in your procedures. They don't have a method to enforce that. They just enforce what's actually in the procedures.
So PHMSA only has the ability to enforce what's actually in the procedures?
That's correct.
Thank you. No additional questions at this time.
Mr. Jordy.
Morning, sir. Good to see you again. You had mentioned that you were familiar with the D&B design standards, is that correct?
That's correct.
What are they?
Well, there's a recommended practice, I can't remember the number, that D&B has published. I've reviewed it. I don't consider myself an expert on the details of pipeline design, so I'm not going to claim to be an expert on their document, but I'm familiar with it.
Okay. And you were asked a line of questions where you said, you think it'd be okay to use the API process. Do you remember that?
Yeah, not to refresh my memory, which process, oh, you're talking about the inspectors, construction inspectors?
You had mentioned if there's not a process, you thought maybe a fallback could be the API process. Was that the inspection?
For construction inspection, yes.
And the API is the American Petroleum Institute, correct?
That's correct.
And that institute is made up of the largest corporations in petroleum transportation services in the world, basically. Well, in America, I should say.
Well, it's an industry association, and my company is a member of API. We're certainly not one of the largest, companies in America, but, historically, the biggest oil and gas companies are all members of API. That's no longer true, by the way. Some of the big ones are no longer members of API. But yes, it certainly, has roots and connections, deep connections, I would say, within the industry.
You had stated that you thought the emergency response plan of Navigator, it's important to keep the book open, was your phrase, and it's an evolving process. Would you agree?
Yes.
And that's consistent with Mr. Vidal Rose's comments. He basically said that same thing. Did you hear his testimony?
I do not remember that testimony.
Okay. And it's important to keep the book open because we're learning, we're gathering information, we're having conversations with people in the localities, and we want to have a robust emergency response plan, don't we?
I agree with that statement, yes.
What's your understanding of the siting area that Navigator proposes in this application?
Well, when you say siting area, I'm more familiar with their siting process.
Okay.
Is that what you're asking?
Well, no, I'm asking about the siting area. What's Navigator's siting area in this application? If you know. If you don't know, that's fine.
Are you talking about the proposed route?
Well, I don't know. Siting area is the phrase, so I don't know what it is personally. If you know.
I'm not exactly sure what you're referring to when you say siting. It's not something you find in the regulations. So different people might have different ideas for what that really means. I'm not sure.
And that's fine. And you're not here to talk anything about South Dakota regulations or procedures in terms of how the PUC is supposed to analyze this, right? You're here for PHMSA-related questions.
No, I'm certainly not a PUC process or regulation expert.
Okay, all right. Now, you talked about the rulemaking process. Are the PHMSA rules that you have discussed here in your testimony and in your report, are those rules products of a prior rulemaking process?
Yes. The rules started when the federal government, and I forget what the agency was even called back then, but they basically adopted the current industry standards for pipelines. So the liquid regulations basically started when the government says, well, this is your standard for pipelines, we're going to make it a rule. And they did the same thing with gas. And then the things have evolved since that time. So the government has continued to modify and expand their regulations, and the industry committees have continued to modify and expand their standards. And they don't always go in the same direction.
Right. And so the rules that you have testified about that are important to follow, that you believe, at least in certain areas, are adequate, we're all part of that rulemaking process. There was input allowed, and then we got to these rules that you're essentially testifying here that this commission should essentially rely upon. Is that fair?
I believe I agree with that, yes.
Okay.
It's a long statement, but I think
okay, thank you. And so you also talked about the the tragedy in Washington and Bellingham with the Olympic pipeline, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you would agree, sir, that that tragedy, which led to the loss of lives, was a substantial negative impact and caused serious injury to both the inhabitants as well as the environment in that community, correct?
Yeah, there were 3 fatalities. Yeah.
And you testified that PHMSA changed standards after that tragedy, correct?
Well, the standards have been changing ever since they adopted them. But, there's actually a 60 Minutes style interview. I have a very bad copy of where the previous administrator of PRISPA, which is the predecessor of PHMSA, was being interviewed by the Mike Wallace style character about the Bellingham, Washington incident, and the woman, Kelly Corner, said, our previous inspection program was clearly inadequate, and going forward, we will have a different program. So it really is a bright line in how PHMSA regulated, or PRISPA at the time, regulated pipelines pre and post Bellingham.
And you would agree that post-Bellingham, based on that tragedy and some failures and root causes and analysis done by PHMSA, that rulemaking evolved and then rules and standards came out of that to better address and prevent those type of things?
That's correct.
And you would also agree then that following Satarsha, Mississippi, and the explosion there, and 45 people reporting to the hospital, that PHMSA has entered into a consent decree with Denbury, the operator, and has initiated rulemaking because of that disaster there, correct?
Well, I can't speak for PHMSA as far as what their motivations are, but I think it's fair to assume that the Satarsha incident has affected their regulatory process.
And post Satarsha and the regulatory process, PHMSA recently in May 30th and 31st held meetings in Des Moines, Iowa, correct?
That's correct.
And in your experience, it's unusual for PHMSA regulators to travel from DC to the sites and locations of future proposed hazardous pipelines and hold multi-day public input meetings.
I'm not sure I would agree with that. I mean, PHMSA has held multi-day meetings in the Houston area. I mean, they don't always do it in DC.
Well, okay, and maybe it was a poor question. In terms of specific public input designed on a specific type of project such as CO2, you would agree that's a less typical PHMSA protocol?
I would say it's less typical.
Okay,
Yes, I agree with
all right.
that.
And certainly, I would assume you would agree that PHMSA was taking that input seriously. They obviously invested time and effort to be in Iowa, and that they are considering that in part of their rulemaking.
Again, I can't speak for PHMSA, but I assume that to be true.
And so just like all the rules that you have testified should be relied upon here, and our appropriate standards went through a rulemaking process, PHMSA now post Satarsha to learn from mistakes and improve is going through that process, and at some point will likely come out with new rules and regulations. Is that fair?
That's what PHMSA has said they're trying to do, yes.
All right. And are you aware that prior to CO2 pipelines coming into existence in the United States, that PHMSA did not have carbon dioxide specific regulations in place?
I really can't testify to that. I mean, I'm just not familiar with the facts.
Okay. Do you know that PHMSA's initial rules as to CO2 pipelines was essentially simply adding the word carbon dioxide to the existing hazardous liquid pipeline regulations?
I, again, don't know that for a fact, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's what happened.
All right. Now, you had stated that site-specific analysis, this is in terms to the overland and computational fluid dynamic analysis, that site-specific analysis can't be done until the initial route is determined. That was your testimony?
Yeah, it's kind of built into the phrase that you can't do site-specific analysis until you have a site.
And so you would agree here that Navigator doesn't have a specific site?
Well, my understanding is the route's still subject to some adjustment.
Right. And so until that happens, your testimony is that they couldn't do the site-specific analysis, correct?
Well, I guess that they're free to pick sites and do analysis. You know, so I'm not saying they can't do that today. I'm saying for final pipeline route, you know, you can't do the could affect analysis to determine what pipe is officially in or out of an integrity management program until you know for sure where you're going to put the pipe.
And you would agree, sir, if for instance, you knew within 1,000 feet or so of where you were going to put the pipe, you could do that analysis that would be likely very, very accurate and analysis that could be relied upon?
I'm not sure I agree with that. I mean, obviously, if you're in a flat prairie or something, moving 1,000 feet, well, I mean, it could affect individual receptors, right? So, would it affect a school? Well, move it 1,000 feet farther away, maybe it wouldn't. You know, so I don't believe you could do. I mean, 1,000 feet sounds like a minor alteration, but it could be a significant alteration, and when you're doing that analysis.
So you think, would you then agree that the best practice in terms of having the very best information for the persons, the citizens, the first responders, utility commissions, and others involved would be to get the specific route, then conduct the tests, and then we'd have something that we really could analyze and rely on?
Well, if you're saying I think that whole thing should happen before the commission renders a decision, I don't agree with that.
But did you hear that in my question?
Well, yes, I did. So I'm sorry, maybe I didn't hear your question correctly.
Okay. And so what you're saying is it's not important for the commission to have that information in terms of the 1,000 feet variable that you just testified could be very important to know because it can affect the analysis of what is impacted and what isn't.
Right. Well, I'll just tell you my presumption is high consequence areas will be impacted under your analysis, right? So I like I said, or at the start of my testimony, 50% of the pipeline mileage in the United States for liquid pipelines is a could affect segment. Okay, so I would be very surprised if there was any way to route the Navigator pipeline or any other pipeline where you didn't have any could affect segments. Okay, so my presumption is you're going to have could affect segments. So, you know, whether you move one piece of pipe 1,000 feet one way or another and you modify a particular could affect segment, maybe that's a good idea. Maybe it's not. I don't know. I'd have to see the details. But I think the approval of this pipeline should be contingent on, do you believe the operator is going to do a competent job, and do you believe this is going to do a competent job of overseeing this operator? Is the process in place? You know, have they proposed anything that you think is reckless or irresponsible? You know, I haven't seen any evidence of that. You know, so the final routing decisions, I don't think are really a critical variable for the commission. And I'll add, it really, I won't say it doesn't matter, but you're always subject to, well, next year somebody built another subdivision that's closer to the pipeline than the previous subdivision. Did that affect your could affect analysis? Yes, it did. Okay, so your could affect analysis is constantly going to be updated. Operators don't do this once. They do it any time the populated areas or other potentially affected areas change. So they can't just sit on their hands once the pipeline's approved and say, we've already figured out, what our could affect segments are, we don't have to go back. And so it's going to be an evergreen process.
Well, and I'm glad you said that, because given it's an evergreen process or a greenfield process or a process that is brand new, you're aware that this project, if it was to be located anywhere, has the flexibility and choice of different locations other than what Navigator's proposed.
Okay. I would assume they have some options they evaluated.
Yeah, and you said that 50% of existing very minuscule miles relative to oil and gas of CO2 pipelines are within the could affect area, which means the other 50% are not, correct?
Well, that's not what I said. When I talked about the 50%, I'm talking about all hazardous liquid pipelines, of which CO2 pipelines are a small percentage. Frankly, I haven't looked at the CO2 pipeline mileage to see, what percentage of it is could affect or not could affect. It's a knowable thing, I just don't know it.
How many miles of CO2 pipeline does applicant here, Navigator Heartland Greenway, operate today?
Well, they're a greenfield operator, so the answer is 0, from my understanding.
Yeah. So when we're analyzing the credibility of the operator, their track record, their experience in this type of CO2 project, they have none. You understand that?
Well, as an entity, that's correct.
All right. The HCAs, let's talk a little bit about HCAs. Are you familiar with, were you provided any data from staff or Navigator that indicates HCAs in South Dakota relative to their route?
I don't remember seeing a specific map that indicated HCAs. Well, let me take that back. I think I saw a map that shows the HCAs, and like I said before, you can get the HCA map from the government. So that's public information.
Right.
I've seen that. What I haven't seen is the could affect analysis of any particular segment of the pipeline versus those HCAs.
Right. So the HCAs that are pulled from the government, like you said, that's publicly available data, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And the HCAs that are pulled from the government, when they're overlaid on a map, is that known in the industry as a desktop analysis?
Well, I would say desktop analysis is an undefined term, so it depends on the context of what you're talking about. But certainly, if somebody was planning a pipeline route, that's one of the things you might look at, quote, on your desktop to decide an initial route. There's no specific definition of desktop analysis. It depends on what you're trying to do.
I'm sorry, were you finished?
I guess in my mind it would be as opposed to an on-the-ground analysis. So if I'm just looking at documents, that would be a desktop analysis.
Now, in terms of land use and ownership, for instance, land that the Forest Service owns, or the Department of Defense, or the Bureau of Land Management, Fish and Wildlife Service, you're aware that's all publicly available information we could map out?
Well, I'm not a land agent, but yeah, I think most of that ownership information is pretty available to the people that work in that industry, yes.
And for instance, like the National Park Service or Bureau of Indian Affairs, you're familiar with that type of information being plotted on maps in conjunction with HCA areas, right?
Well, HCAs, when we're talking about HCA map, there's a very specific definition of what qualifies as an HCA. So let's just take a national park boundary, for example. That's not in the definition of unusually sensitive area. So parts of that may be considered HCA, parts of that might not be considered HCA. So, you know, to use your specific example, I'm not sure that an operator would look at that.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. My question wasn't if they would look at it, but just that it's available information. That was the question, as far as you're aware.
As far as I know.
Now, the HCA, the federal government HCA, how often does the federal government update what they believe an HCA is?
Well, the populated areas, we update every 10 years with the census. So you get that information you know, every 10 years. Other information, I would say, is not updated very often. You know, the environmentally sensitive areas, but what the government did was, you know, they basically published these maps and said, these are our opinions about what meets these definitions. The PHMSA further requires the operator to go confirm it. And that's, there are two sides to that coin. Sometimes an operator can look at a drinking water and say, well, that's no longer a source of drinking water. It shouldn't be on the map. Okay, and you can go through a process to, you know, not consider that particular thing that was on PHMSA's map. On the other hand, there might be new ones, and the operator is responsible for finding the new ones. You know, so PHMSA, you know, PHMSA's original HCA maps are not definitive. They're the starting point that an operator uses.
Right, and that's completely fair. It's a starting point, and some of the data is only updated every decade, correct?
That's correct.
And you would agree that it would be responsible and prudent then for an applicant or would-be operator to actually get into the location of the proposed route and either confirm or verify what is existing or no longer existing?
And ultimately, it's the operator's responsibility to identify the HCAs.
And you would agree that the federal government, what they've determined are the few categories, the 4 categories of HCAs. They don't take into account future land use growth or the future plans of developing communities. That's not part of their analysis, correct?
That is correct.
And you're familiar with the 4 factors because you talk about them, and one is whether or not there's a commercially navigable waterway, correct?
That's correct.
And in your understanding of commercially navigable, that means some type of commercial vessel can fit within the waterway and routinely transport its goods or services.
Yes, that's the definition that PHMSA uses in 195.
Okay.
In fact, commercial.
Commercial, correct. And then the second of the government idea of what high consequence areas are is a population of 50,000 or more people, correct?
Yeah, I believe that's the definition of populated area, right?
Yes, correct. And so Washington DC and PHMSA, if it's 49,999, that by the federal definition is no longer falls under populated high consequence area, correct?
They do also consider other populated areas.
I'm getting to that one, but
Okay.
what I just said is correct.
I believe the numbers are correct. Again, I might be confused on the numbers, but I believe you're right.
Yeah. No, I'm not tripping you up here. I'm right out of your report, sir.
Okay, good.
And then number 3, to your point, is there's kind of a catch-all of other populated areas with a concentrated population, except the phrase concentrated population is undefined. Would you agree?
Yes, I believe that's true.
And then the last of the only 4 high consequence area federal determinations is an unusually sensitive area, correct?
Right.
And the unusually sensitive areas can ebb and flow and change, and some can become less sensitive or disappear, and some can appear. Is that fair?
That's true.
And PHMSA doesn't have any South Dakota specific HCA standards, does it?
Well, they're not state-specific HCA standards, so that's correct.
And before I forget, one question on decommissioning. You agree that a pipeline company in its sole discretion can determine whether or not it wants to remove a pipeline after the end of its useful life, or whether it wants to leave it in the ground?
Well, it'd be subject to the terms of whatever easement the pipeline's on.
Correct. And that's exactly it. And if the pipeline company drafts the easement, takes someone to court, we know in court you can't rewrite the easement. So if the easement says can abandon in place, then that's what they're allowed to do, correct?
That would be my understanding, yes.
All right. Again, I think you're essentially saying that you believe the health and safety or welfare of the South Dakota inhabitants are adequately addressed by the PHMSA Pipeline Integrity Management Program, is that right?
Well, it's their entire regulatory regime. Integrity management is part of that, yes.
And you understand that PHMSA doesn't regulate local emergency response plans, and PHMSA's regulations are only what the operator must do, the minimum standards, correct?
And PHMSA regulates pipeline operators, so they don't regulate the local emergency response organizations.
And they don't regulate them, and therefore they don't say, I mean, there's not a regulation that says local responders, you can't have procedures in place that are more stringent than PHMSA's, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's just one of those, they just don't have jurisdiction. So, you know, they don't tell them anything as far as I know.
Now, you were asked some questions if you believe that this particular pipeline fits under the PHMSA rules and regulations, and I believe you concluded, in your opinion, because it's a liquid pipeline, it does. Is that correct?
Well, under liquid pipeline regulations, for the scope of the regulation, they specifically mention supercritical CO2 pipelines.
And do you know what percentage of any product or any molecule, any waste that's transported through this proposed pipeline would be in the liquid phase versus the supercritical phase?
I can't answer that question, I don't know.
What percentage would be in the gaseous phase?
Well,
I object to just answer, couldn't answer that question.
Well, I said liquid or supercritical, now I'm going to the next one, in the gaseous phase.
yeah, well, I think that, you know, there's a lack of appreciation, let's say, amongst most people when you talk about supercritical fluids. You know, if we pulled up the phase diagram for CO2 or for any other component for that matter, you know, there's a part of the phase diagram where you can go from liquid to gas or gas to liquid. And we're very familiar with that with the water, right? So the water boils on your stovetop, the water condenses on your cold window in the winter. Okay, so the water goes from liquid to gas, gas to liquid. We see that every day. But there is so that's the part of the phase diagram that separates liquid and gas. If you get to a certain point, that they call a critical point, I don't have that phase change anymore. It doesn't go from liquid to gas, it doesn't go from gas to liquid. It's just kind of this dense phase fluid. And I can go from liquid all the way to gas and never boil or never condense by going around the critical point. So once you're at these types of pressures for CO2, you're in that dense phase region, and the temperature changes. Talk about going from liquid to gas, gas to liquid. It's like you just don't. You're not in that part of the phase diagram. you're not going from gas to liquid and liquid to gas. It's all just kind of this dense, it's not plasma, but, people think about plasma, it's neither liquid nor gas. So it's kind of a, to me, a question that, from an engineering standpoint, doesn't make a lot of difference.
And I'm sorry, are you an engineer?
Yes.
Okay, and so you know, sir, that there is no dense phase. That's an industry standard, kind of shortcut jargon. There is no actual physical dense phase. Did you know that?
Certainly what I would call it. No.
Okay.
Excuse me, did you say certainly what I would?
What I would call it, yes.
Okay. But in terms of any acceptable science journals, are you aware of any, the supercritical phase being notated as a dense phase?
College for me was a long time ago.
Okay. Fair enough.
But I'm pretty sure that's what we call it in college.
Okay.
And Mr. Jordy, in terms of your questioning, how much longer do you have?
Oh, I don't know.
A bit?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, I'd like to recess just another short one, right now. We'll reconvene at 11.
How are we doing?
And do you know if PHMSA regulates CO2 compression equipment?
I would answer that yes, but. Okay, and you can ask a follow-up question or just answer the but now.
No, I think I know what the answer is, but I need to get it from you, so go ahead.
Okay, so they regulate, pump stations in the liquid world, and in this case, it would be considered a CO2 pump, even though we might call it a compressor. So they're certainly within their jurisdiction. However, what we're talking about, my understanding, all the compression or pumps would be upstream of PHMSA's jurisdiction. It's very similar to a refinery, where there's lots and lots of pipe and lots of pipeline, or pipe and pumps and compressors inside a refinery, and PHMSA doesn't regulate those, even though at some point those products go through a valve or a flange and they enter a pipeline system. So everything that happens upstream entering the pipeline system is not PHMSA's jurisdiction.
And the gathering lines, I thought it was interesting, your testimony, the gathering lines, that is a term of art specifically related to oil, crude oil, correct?
Well, it's within their definition for liquid. It has to carry petroleum to be a gathering line.
Right. And that's gathering line, as you know, is a term of art in everyday parlance when we're trying to describe a line that gathers and then brings it to a more major line. On a CO2 pipeline, what would we call that? Would we call that a gathering line or something else?
Well, as a PHMSA expert, I would use any word but gathering, just because gathering is a defined term. So it would be, some collector line or feeder line, or, in the oil business, you talk about flow lines. I personally would avoid using the word gathering because that term doesn't apply to CO2 pipeline.
So let's just, for ease, say feeder line. Is a feeder line, or the type of pipeline that performs the same function of a gathering line in the oil world, is a feeder line in the CO2 world regulated by PHMSA?
Well, that's again a very site-specific situation. It's like if I had looked at a diagram of a system, I can generally say this would be the break point between PHMSA jurisdiction and non-PHMSA jurisdiction, and I'll clarify that you might have a 2-inch pipeline that feeds into the main line, and depending on how that's installed and operated, that could be considered a transmission line. Okay, so just because it serves a single plant and comes from a single location going into a larger pipeline system, doesn't mean it wouldn't be regulated as a transmission pipeline. Okay, so I haven't seen those details of how the plants are tying into the pipeline, so I can't really comment on where the jurisdiction would start in the piping system, but it starts somewhere.
Right. It starts somewhere and it ends somewhere, correct?
Right.
And whether it's called a transmission line or a feeder line, without seeing the entire plans, we just don't know if there's a part of the pipeline that's not under PHMSA jurisdiction, correct?
Well, I don't know. I can't draw those boundaries for you because I haven't seen, all the other piping design.
Okay. You talked a bit about setbacks and buffer zones, and I think your testimony was it was your preference to essentially avoid the word setback and deal more in terms of buffer zones, correct?
That's correct.
And is there a industry or a PHMSA definition of emergency response buffer zone or buffer area?
It's not a defined term that I can recall.
And same answer, correct, for a public awareness buffer, not a defined term under PHMSA.
No, it's not a defined term.
And same with design and operations buffer.
Correct.
All right, and then finally, same with initial routing buffer or buffer zone. That's not a defined term under PHMSA.
No.
I'm sorry, meaning it's true that it is not a defined term under PHMSA.
That's the way I understood the question. Yes.
Okay, thank you. In your experience, is the calculation of CO2 potential release rate, is that something that can be calculated by knowing the length and diameter of a pipeline segment as well as the volume of material within the segment?
I'm not an expert on that part of modeling, release rates for CO2 pipelines. So I can't tell you if they need more information than that. I would say that information certainly is necessary information. It might not be sufficient information. I don't know.
In terms of any documents that were provided to you, you don't include a list in your report of the documents. You kind of generally discuss them. But were you provided, sir, the Heartland Greenway System plume modeling and buffer overview, a 5-page document?
Was that a confidential document?
Well, it's claimed to be confidential, yes.
I believe I did get that document. So what I started with was, the staff sent me a link to the docket, and somebody on my staff downloaded everything that was publicly available, organized it, and that was the information I used to start my review. And then staff supplemented that with a few pieces of confidential information.
Okay. And did you, as a part of the confidential information, do you recollect receiving a document that was entitled the Heartland Greenway System CO2 Air Dispersion Guidance?
I believe I've seen that too, yes.
Now, are you aware, because Navigator has marked 2 variations of that exhibit in these proceedings, which you probably aren't aware of, but do you recollect if you saw about the 25 or so page version of that, or a shorter version? Do you recollect?
I don't have a specific recollection on that.
Did you ever undertake in your review to prepare to testify here today to compare the buffer areas, the buffer zones that we just went over that were found in the 5-page plume modeling, and compare those distances with the hazard level distances that were found in the CO2 dispersion guidance document?
I'm going to object to beyond the scope, just because we do have a witness to talk about this coming this afternoon, and it's not.
Well, he's talking about high consequence areas. This goes directly to it, and he talked about modeling.
Objection overruled.
Sustained. I reviewed the documents that I was given. I didn't try to compare the results from one document to the other, so I didn't do any comparison like that.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Sir, is the bulk of the work that you do, as I read your CV or resume, related to providing consultancy services to the energy pipeline industry?
That's correct.
Is this your first engagement here in South Dakota for the PUC, as far as you can recollect?
I'm also engaged on the Summit pipeline. Frankly, I can't remember which came first. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so you intend to come back to a setting like this on the Summit pipeline?
Yes.
And, okay. I wish we could take your testimony all at once, but we can't, so.
Me too.
I think that's all the questions I have, sir. Thank you.
That will bring us over here for commission questions, and we'll move down to the left with Chair Began.
Mr. Byrd, thank you for coming to South Dakota, and it appears that you'll get to come back, and who knows how long that evidentiary hearing will be this fall, but maybe it'll be long enough that you could do some hunting, because I'm sure the PUC staff would take you hunting. Does that sound good?
I'm not much of a hunter, so I'd rather go fishing.
Well, I think they could take you fishing too. I think Mr. Thurber used to have a boat, so he could probably take you fishing. Logan is a new staff person for us. He likes to hunt. So you'll be well taken care of when you come back.
Good, I'll take you up on that.
Not me, the staff. I have ex parte rules, you know. Thanks so much for coming, and we have certainly, the three commissioners have spent a lot of time studying this docket, and as you know, we are under ex parte rules, so we don't get to ask questions of anybody. We pretty much get to be in our office, and that's where we do our studying and prepare for the evidentiary hearing, so it's always great to have somebody come out here with your experience. Tell me about, you were just asked, tell me about, so your 40 years of experience, did you say that most of that is with companies or for-profit organizations?
Yeah, the first 13 years of my career, I was at Exxon.
Okay.
And then I left Exxon to set up a consulting firm, and have done that ever since.
And your consulting firm is, how much of the consulting firm revenue comes from like public sectors or instead of the companies?
The majority of the work that we do is for people that, or companies that own and operate energy pipelines. So that's the vast majority of our project and our revenue comes from those kinds of companies. We do take projects, for like a Public Utilities Commission. We've done those kinds of things in the past, and I've personally done that, say in Vermont. We've had an employee who's the ombudsman for the state of California for underground gas storage issues. So we do work for government entities from time to time, but it's fair to say the vast majority of our work is for the industry.
In your experience of carbon pipelines, out of that 40 years that you have in experience, what percentage of your time, or have you helped develop a carbon pipeline? Have you written the integrity management for the pipeline, for a carbon pipeline?
When you say carbon, I assume you mean CO2. So,
correct, thank you.
So I personally worked on some litigation with the CO2 pipeline. I haven't been involved in the design and construction of the CO2 pipeline. When I was at Exxon, I was in the production department. And there, let me back up and say that, my understanding, the vast majority of CO2 pipelines in the country are used for oil field CO2 injection. And we had a similar system where I started my career at Exxon, but we weren't injecting CO2, we were injecting nitrogen. But very similar, although even higher pressures. We were dealing with 5, 6, 7,000 PSI nitrogen.
But your experience?
But my experience with CO2 pipelines is, I would say, relatively limited.
Have you driven the route, or have you been out there to see the route?
I have not.
I smiled when you talked about PHMSA, because PHMSA seems to me sometimes very gray. And you were talking about if an inspector comes out. So inspectors, are they sometimes subjective and it kind of depends on which inspector comes out according to the violations or the warnings or what they're going to look at, and if they'll be a little bit more lenient.
Yes, I would say there is variation among inspectors. You know, PHMSA does what they can to ensure consistency, but I'm certainly not going to tell you that they would all see the same situation the same way. They won't.
Right. You know, as a public utilities commissioner, I always think PHMSA has so many gray areas. And I know former Mayor Hansen to my left will probably have lots of questions for you. Because sometimes it's like, we're the federal government, we're here to help. And I'm sure Mayor Hansen will have examples of times where they're a little bit more reactive and they focus on violations versus being proactive.
Is that a question?
So I'm going to ask you, do you sometimes believe PHMSA is more reactive than proactive?
I wouldn't say that's generally the case.
And I said sometimes.
Yeah, and I said generally. Okay, so
I love it.
I mean, they certainly can be reactive, right? So and you know, that's kind of what the public expects. If something happens that's tragic, they expect the government to react to it, and PHMSA will. And sometimes in hindsight, you go, wow, I wish they'd been more proactive on that issue. You know, and that's just life. But I would say the vast majority of PHMSA resources are used for things that are proactive, not reactive. I mean, they're doing inspections in advance of an accident, right? They're trying to make sure the programs and procedures are adequate before something was wrong. That's where most of their effort goes.
When I read your testimony, you talked about PHMSA schedules all, I think you said all of their audits, and I just thought, oh, wow. So everybody knows when the inspectors come. That's an interesting concept. I can't remember if you said they did it for all or not.
It's not 100%, but it's their routine, I would say, to schedule inspections. I mean, you know, they've got so many inspectors to go around and so many companies and programs to inspect, and they have to schedule that. You know, it's just practical.
So you gave us an example of a violation, and I can't remember if it was your client or who it was that they had a routine where they suggested once a month instead of every other month, and a broken arm, and
Right.
so you said they had a violation. So, and then you went through all the list of violations. So were they penalized, and was there a fine?
I don't remember the details of that as to whether there was a fine or not. I just remember the company in question was a client of ours. I was up there doing a project with them, and they told me about it. So I wasn't involved in that actual violations. I don't know if they got fined for that or not.
Do you know if PHMSA has due process? So if they are fined, is there a due process mechanism?
There's a hearing process that the operator can choose to ask for a hearing. You know, so the operator can either A, just agree and pay the fine, or B, ask for a hearing. And when they go to the hearing is administered by a PHMSA hearing officer. So it's kind of an uphill battle, right? You have PHMSA on one side of the table, the operator on the other side of the table, and the person at the head of the table works for PHMSA. You know, the operator, I guess, in my opinion, needs to have a pretty good story as to why the violation wasn't really a violation. Or sometimes they argue that, yes, it was a violation, but it wasn't that important. You know, so you can argue whatever you want to here. And then after the hearing, PHMSA will issue an opinion or, you know, judgment. And that can be appealed The appeal also goes to PHMSA, and that's, you know, I've never seen that work. Okay, so, and then, you know, there is a path where you can litigate PHMSA, you know, which is practically never done, but it is an option, I guess.
I'm sure the commissioner to my left will have a lot of comments on federal government coming in and the due process they have. Probably, I don't know. You perked my interest when I asked you about your experience on the CO2 pipelines. And then you stated, well, I've been involved in a litigation. What was the litigation that you were involved in?
It was, and it's been a few years, so I may not get all the specifics correct, but it was mainly a dispute between, I think, the owner of a CO2 pipeline and the operator of the pipeline, as to whether the operator had done the right thing or not. It could have been part of a transaction, and I just don't remember the details, but the question was, did they do what they were obligated to do on these certain valves for the CO2 pipeline? And, you know, were they maintained and operated correctly? And that was the heart of the dispute.
Did you hear testimony that many of the landowners are concerned about litigation?
I have seen that concern, yes.
So we've heard throughout this past 5 days or 5.5 now days, Mr. Moore, I can't remember. You told me we were at the office today. That PHMSA does not have setbacks. Have you heard that, or have you listened to that, or seen it in the testimony?
I'm not sure I heard that last word. Does not have what?
Setbacks.
Oh, setbacks. That's, yeah, other than 50-foot requirement for an extra foot of aerial, that's correct.
Is it true that the federal government prohibits PHMSA from having setbacks?
I frankly don't know that specific, you know, fact, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Also, on setbacks, is it true that the federal government or PHMSA does not prohibit counties from having setbacks?
I mean, these are the kinds of questions that the lawyers that work on pipeline issues deal with, so they aren't pipeline safety issues, so I just don't look into that kind of
Sure.
thing.
And I don't blame you. It's just that we've had a lot of questions on PHMSA, and you're our PHMSA person, so there's been discussion on that. Did you do research when you analyzed the PHMSA regulations and you made a statement about safety? Did you research South Dakota's third-party damage statistics?
I have, yes.
And are those statistics, does it concern you?
Well, I saw some data provided to the PUC staff, which did not look good for South Dakota, let's say. And so I thought, I'm not so sure that's right. So I went to the publicly available data through the Common Ground Alliance, the DIRT system, Image Information Reporting Tool, I think is what DIRT stands for. And in fact, South Dakota looked very good. It was better than Texas, better than California, better than your neighboring farm states, better than well over half the country. So, according to the Common Ground Alliance, best data that I can find, South Dakota's damage prevention program actually works pretty well.
So were you here for the South Dakota Rural Electric Association testimony today?
For part of it.
Did you hear Mr. Smith state that nearly every single day they have third party damage, and that is one of our utilities in the state of South Dakota.
Yes, I heard that.
And some days, it's several times, up to 10.
Yes, I heard that.
Did staff share a letter on our third-party damage prevention from PHMSA and some of the concerns they have for South Dakota?
Yes, they did, the most recent one.
So plume modeling is someone else, right?
That's correct.
John Thurber is just nodding yes, so he's getting you out of those questions. So when I heard you finish your testimony from Miss Edwards, I think it was from Miss Edwards, and it might have been, I don't know, you were wrapping up one of your testimonies, and it might have been a Q&A back and forth with one of the parties. You said, you know, the Public Utilities Commission really has two major things to look at on PHMSA regulations. Do you trust the operator? Do you trust PHMSA oversight? Was that your statement?
That's my opinion. I mean, that's the way I see it.
Thank you, and thank you, and I hope they take you fishing. In fact, I got an auction item from Mr. Thurber on fishing. I'll give you that coupon.
I can return the favor. Yeah.
No questions? No, I do actually have one now, I didn't see it.
You're making her look bad.
That's my whole joke for the day, so. I did have a lot of experience with PHMSA, but I had a lot more experience with the EPA in my previous life as a utilities commissioner. And I even had a docket, an adversarial docket with XL Energy before the PUC commission. So I've had a lot of interesting relationships with regulators, and in fact, I did not like regulators at all once upon a time, but I've grown to respect them. You objected to the use of odorants in the transmission system. I didn't get into why you objected to that. Would you elaborate?
Sure. So, well, let me start by saying it's my understanding that Navigator is evaluating odorants that could be used in CO2 pipelines, and I don't know what they might come up with on that. So, so perhaps there is an option for odorization that makes sense, but in the natural gas world, where we're odorizing natural gas, the rule is generally that you don't odorize gas in transmission pipelines. You only odorize it when it gets into the distribution system. So, and there are technical reasons for that, and there are practical reasons for that. One of the technical reasons is you get odorant fade. So the odorant that you inject into a transmission pipeline at milepost 0 might not be detectable at milepost 10. So you have to re-inject and re-inject and re-inject. And what happens is the odorant is reacting with the carbon steel, and it's not effective anymore. So so it's like, do you really want to be injecting all that much odorant into a pipeline system? And the odor itself can be corrosive. So so we don't typically odorize gas pipelines until they get into the distribution system. And there's a practical reason too. It's like, I don't need odorant to find a major failure in a transmission pipeline. You know, odorant's the least of my worries, right? I can see a major failure on a transmission pipeline other ways. I'll detect it without any need for odorant. Where I do need odorant is when my pipe goes in somebody's house. You know, because a small gas leak can become a very dangerous situation. They need to smell it early, and so it's odorized before you put it into people's houses, and that's what the distribution system does. You know, so I guess I generally have a, you know, a disapproval, I guess, or, you know, not necessarily dislike, it's just I don't agree with the need to odorize transmission pipelines. So, you know, unless Navigator comes up with some system that makes more sense than current systems that I'm aware of, I wouldn't recommend they odorize it.
I don't know how to phrase it. This is not intended to be derogatory, but that almost sounds like we've never done it that way. And I don't know how it works, so I got to be opposed to it. If they, I guess it's similar to putting chloramines in water. At some point, disinfectant does not provide the same potency as it does at 1 mile marker as it does another, and yet it's important disinfectant to use, and it can be added at different stages. If they come up with a methodology to provide an odorant, wouldn't that be beneficial?
Well, from a practical standpoint, even if there were a good technology, I'm not sure that it would make a difference. You know, and that would be my professional opinion. I'm just not sure that putting odorant in transmission lines, even if there were no issues whatsoever, is really helping. So that's my take on it.
Well, historically, we've dealt with, or the industry has dealt with, a gas or a liquid, in this case, a gas that has become a liquid under the pressure and temperature. And then, in this instance, it's heavier than air. It's not like natural gas that would escape. And we do provide odorant in natural gas in the larger pipes in a distribution arena. You spoke of to your house. Well, I have a natural gas pipeline running to my house, and of course there's a much larger natural gas line feeding down the street and to all of the other homes, and there's odorant in all of those pipes.
Right.
So it's certainly possible from that perspective to have placed it in a gas transmission line. And I guess I'll work to a question here. It would seem intuitive that a gas that is unlike, well, a liquid CO2 pipeline that is unlike a natural gas line from a perspective of dispersion, that it would be beneficial for citizens to have that initial aroma to note that there's something wrong, and give them that opportunity to, I don't know what they'd make it smell like. It couldn't smell like natural gas because we'd say, that's natural gas. It would just seem that intuitively that it would be beneficial in this unique situation when you have a substance that would hang in the air close to the ground as opposed to dissipating as rapidly. Could you see that as a benefit?
From a practical standpoint, I just, I still don't see much value to it. When you have I mean, this is a very high pressure pipeline, right? So we're talking, you know, in excess of 1,000 PSI everywhere, up to more than 2,000 PSI, you know, near the pump stations or compressor stations. So when you have a significant failure of a pipeline like that leads to a large release of CO2, it's not a quiet event. I mean, people explain, you know, it sounded like a jet engine, or I hear this this roaring sound. And that's because you literally get sonic booms. Okay, so you've got, you know, shock waves propagating throughout this pipeline system as this high pressure CO2 is getting released. So it's not like you don't have any way of knowing that this happened. And I would think you're much more likely to become aware of an incident by hearing it or seeing something happen as opposed to smelling some, you know, trace over it. I'm not saying there can't be scenarios where an odorant might tip somebody off, but you know, I just don't think it's the right tool for finding a CO2 leak.
I understand better now. I appreciate your thoughts on it. They're valid. Just out of curiosity, do you happen to know what I've forgotten what the pressure is when we went through the Dakota Access Pipeline? I've forgotten what the pressure was on that. Do you know the average pressure that would be in a petroleum line?
I would say there's no such thing as an average pressure. It's, you know, pipelines could be designed to operate at a large range of pressures. So it's a very pipeline and site-specific situation. I mean,
I was trying to think if it was around 125, but I just can't quite remember. Is there a definite, Mr. Jordy was asking you some questions pertaining to gathering lines, and that's something that has concerned me as to whether or not the state has jurisdiction in any particular areas more so than in other areas. And so I was looking at the semantics of gathering versus transmission. Is there a definition on lateral lines?
The word lateral, you know, probably shows up in the regulations, but it's not defined. And in the liquid world, there is no such thing as a distribution system. Okay, so when you're on gas pipelines, you know, we've got a whole, you know, regime of gas pipelines that are considered distribution, that are taking the gas to the commercial buildings, to the houses, you know, to the farms and communities. You know, the distribution world exists, and it's actually the majority of the miles of pipe for gas pipelines is considered distribution. There's no such thing as distribution for liquid pipeline system. So once you're a regulated pipeline, you're regulated right up to the point where it's no longer a pipeline system. You know, so it goes to the end user, and it's used for something else. There'll be a, you know, start and end point for transmission, but for a CO2 pipeline, that's it. You know, it doesn't matter. You can call it a lateral line, you can call it whatever. You know, until we reach that jurisdictional endpoint, it's regulated just like the rest of the pipeline system.
That's curious, and it brings me to some statutes that I want to review, so I'm going to pass it on and then review those. And thank you very much for your questions. I may have another one later. Appreciate it.
Good morning. Thanks for being here to help us kind of sort some of this out. Earlier in the proceeding, there was a discussion about possibly, if this pipeline is permitted, employing a third-party monitor that would monitor the construction along the pipeline. Is it correct that your recommendation of inspector with API 1169 certification is not referring to the third-party monitor?
It's not. This is, I was referring to the inspector required by the PHMSA regulations.
And I'm glad you said that, because I'm not really familiar with what that requirement is, so could you just educate us on that?
Sure. So PHMSA, as part of their construction regulations, requires inspection of it's built, and by somebody who's qualified in that phase of construction, works to that effect. And the rule is the inspector can't be the person who did it, right? So I can't inspect my own work.
But they are employed by the pipeline company.
They're
correct?
typically, so in a major project like this, what you typically find is a construction contractor and an inspection contractor. And the inspection contractor is a separate company from the construction contractor. The rule doesn't say it has to work that way, but that's how practically it is generally done, and then those would report to the developer. So the navigator, whatever the corporate entity is that's doing the development.
Thank you. That's very helpful. When we were questioning one of the navigators, maybe two of navigators' witnesses about the emergency response plan and its relationship to PHMSA, and I think we were led to believe that that emergency response plan would in fact be sent to PHMSA, and we tried to query the witness as to what's PHMSA going to do with it. The answer was pretty evasive, other than, yeah, they'll send us a letter saying they got it. But from what I understand from you, they don't even need to send it, but I suppose they could. Can you fill in the gaps there?
Well, I think you summarized it. I mean, there's no rule saying they can't send it to PHMSA, and there's no rule that says PHMSA can't comment on it. But it's not part of the regulations that requires them to send their Part 195 emergency response plan to PHMSA for approval or comment. And if they do that, it's just something they decided to do.
Very good, very helpful, thank you.
Quick question, all the, and I don't want to use the word you said, not to gathering lines inside the building or outside the building or whatever PHMSA doesn't have jurisdiction over, it's not like they're just blindly turning their eye to that during operation, maintenance, and construction. They're aware of how those things operate and if they're safe and so forth. And if they saw something, likely they'd point it out.
Well, I'm not sure I agree with that statement. Yeah, so PHMSA is, in my experience, their plate is full. They've got plenty of stuff to inspect, and so if something's not within their jurisdiction, they spend very little time on it. I'm not saying that some inspector in some situation wouldn't notice something and comment on it, but they stick, I guess the phrase, stick to their knitting. These are their rules. They're here to enforce their rules. They're not here to look at other stuff across on the other side of the fence. Right.
Staff, redirect.
Just briefly, you mentioned, or you discussed HCA's. Are there any requirements for valves and valve placement with regard to HCA's?
Yes, there is.
And have you had the chance to look at the valve placement on any of Navigator's documents?
I have seen pipeline diagram with valve locations on it, but my understanding it's not final.
Okay. From what you had seen, did it appear sufficient to you?
I believe my report deals with they may be putting in more valves than I would recommend, but it certainly, it just first glance seemed to be, certainly sufficient to meet the regulatory requirements. Yeah.
questioning from Ms. Bailey talked about the exceedance table. Would you recommend the commission require the company to file their procedures in a PHMSA required document, or I'm sorry, to file their commitments to that exceedance table in a PHMSA required document, or ensure that they're incorporated in those documents to make sure that they become enforceable under PHMSA?
Yeah, it's kind of outside my area of expertise as far as what your process might be to make that enforceable. I mean, I just don't know enough about procedures at the PUC for, ways to do that. But as it exists today, PHMSA wouldn't consider that enforceable on the PHMSA side of the fence.
I have no further redirect. Thank you.
Recross.
Just a couple of questions. Mr. Bird, with respect to HCAs, you testified that 50% of pipeline miles in the United States are affect HCAs and 50% don't. If an operator has routed a pipeline with less than 50% impacts on the route, does that indicate to you that the operator has accounted for HCAs as part of its process?
Well, if you don't mind, I'll answer a little more than your question, okay? So the 50% is a nationwide number for all hazardous liquid pipelines. And I've mentioned earlier in my testimony, because somebody said, well, that applies to CO2 pipelines. It's like, well, actually, I don't know the number for CO2 pipelines. So if you're talking specifically about a CO2 pipeline being higher or lower than 50%, I don't have the data to say whether that's good or bad. I mean, I certainly have seen, information in the docket from Navigator that, they clearly understand how the HCA process works, and they seem to be working, on it. So I'm sorry if I didn't answer your question, so.
With respect to the question that Ms. Edwards asked you about Navigator's specific review of HCAs and valves, have you seen Navigator's Exhibit N42, which is a confidential document, but in the record?
I'm not familiar with the numbering on any of the exhibits, so I'd have somebody to show it to me, and I could tell you if I've seen it.
Can I show it to you and ask you if you've seen it before?
Sure.
Mr. Bird, my book of confidential exhibits with that exhibit in it is in the car. And, we're going to get it if I may have leave to pass examination to others, and I'll come back to that when I have the book. That's the only other thing I'm going to ask him about.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Get it pulled up here pretty quick.
Maybe we can get it online here?
Thank you.
Was it 42, James?
Yes, N42. Just for the record, I'd prefer that Mr. Mercer not be taking photographs of the related to the confidential document.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Thanks, Bob.
So, I have seen, I would say similar documents, but I'm not sure I've seen this one that highlights the HCA's. I don't believe I've seen that particular document.
Does that document indicate to you that Navigator, in fact, has done an analysis of valve placement with respect to HCA's.
Foundation.
Overruled.
Yeah, well, it looks like there has been analysis done. I mean, to answer your question, yes, it seems they've done an analysis. I mean, I haven't studied the analysis itself.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Mr. Taylor.
Mr. Bird, Mr. Jordy raised the question of where regulation starts and where regulation ends for the variant on our discussion about gathering lines earlier. There's been testimony in the hearing that inside the ethanol plant, there's a system for cleaning and bringing the carbon dioxide to specification for the pipeline, and then a compressor that brings it to the pressure for the pipeline. And that a witness testified that, in his opinion, regulation begins at the flange between the pipeline and the compressor, the last stage in preparation. Would you concur that that's a fair assessment?
Well, not to be too technical, but what PHMSA will tell you is that their jurisdiction extends into the safety device that protects the pipeline system from overpressure. And that might be upstream in that flange you're talking about, but generally operators know that, so the flange and the safety device are kind of co-located, or maybe it's not a flange, it's a valve, or a valve with a flange. So PHMSA doesn't say flange in their regulations or in their guidance. They talk about safety devices that protect the pipeline. So they'll go into the process as much as they need to ensure the pipeline's protected. But typically, systems like that are designed so that's pretty much at the fence line.
Okay, so if there's a pop-off valve between the compressor and the flange, face flange of the pipeline, it would be at the downside of the pop-off valve.
At that valve, yeah. Not looking at any particular diagram, but I would say in general terms, that's the way it would work.
Thank you.
Ms. Bailey.
No additional questions.
Mr. Doherty.
Thank you. You mentioned, who was it, you and your firm or someone in your group was ombudsman to California?
One of our employees, yes.
And what does that mean?
Well, I believe it was SoCal Gas, major gas. SoCal. A major gas storage well blowout in California that became a very significant event. And as part of the PUC's follow-up to that, we happen to have employees who are experts in underground gas storage. So one of our experts was selected by the PUC in the state of California to be the ombudsman on the underground gas storage issues. And I'm kind of told you everything I know about that because I'm not the underground gas storage expert. But,
well, so speaking of working with the state of California, are you aware of their law that there will be no new CO2 pipelines until PHMSA is done with their CO2 specific standards in California?
I believe I've read comment about that in the docket. I'm not familiar with specifically personally what's going on in the state of California there.
You were asked some questions about if PHMSA has a setback. Would you agree that it's really a depth of cover regulation as far as it's not technically a setback, it's depth of cover, isn't it?
Yeah, it's one of the boundaries that PHMSA set to say, if you cross this boundary, you need to have another foot of cover.
Okay. And you understand that PHMSA doesn't site or locate CO2 pipelines. They don't weigh in at all on where the actual route would be, correct?
That's correct.
You understand that's left to the states to determine?
Well, I'll just say PHMSA doesn't do it.
Okay, well, someone's got to do it, right? You understand that?
Well, yeah. If somebody's doing it, yes.
Okay. Now, you had, Chairperson Fegan was asking you some questions about PHMSA concerns, and you referenced that you've seen a letter, but I kind of missed that. What was that letter you were speaking of?
Yeah, so there was a letter from PHMSA to the state, I assume the Public Utilities Commission, talking about their excavation damage prevention program and citing, I may not use the exact phrase correctly, but a deficiency in the program from PHMSA's perspective. And it had to do with the level of enforcement for the damage prevention program.
All right. The odorant, some discussions about the odorant. You're aware that PHMSA can't force Navigator to use an odorant, correct?
Well, it's not in the current regulations.
Okay. But that might be part of the new safety regulations post learning from Satarsha that could potentially become a regulation.
I suppose it could.
All right. And you, of course, understand that carbon dioxide is colorless, right, and currently odorless.
Yes.
And so you made some comments that you could see it, but that's not always the case, correct?
Yeah, what you see, or what I've seen in videos of CO2 pipeline ruptures done as tests, is you do get a large amount of auto refrigeration, and you've seen the phrase used, the Joule-Thomson effect, and that describes the process that expanding gas will go through when it goes from high pressure to low pressure, and it auto refrigerates. CO2 will do that to the point of turning into solid dry ice, at least parts of it. But what happens in the real world when you get that kind of cold gas coming out is that the water vapor in the air condenses. Just like if you go outside on a cold day and your breath, you can see your breath. Well, you're not technically seeing your breath, you're seeing water vapor that condensed out of your breath. And it's the same thing here. So, and maybe I misspoke when I said you could see the CO2. No, but you see evidence of the CO2 because that cold gas is going to cause water vapor to condense, and you're going to see a white cloud.
What does that look like at night?
Just like all the other things at night, right?
That's my point. You said that the sonic boom sound of the rupture is basically the warning, the warning signal of there's something wrong. Is that right?
I wouldn't say it's the warning signal, but it's certainly a very evident one.
Does the sonic boom of a CO2 rupture sound markedly different from an explosion of a crude oil, tar sands pipeline, natural gas pipeline?
Well, those are different things. So
I totally agree. All three of them.
Well, an oil pipeline typically isn't going to make a noise like that because you don't have that same sonic boom going on. A compressed gas pipeline will. I mean, a compressed air pipeline will, a natural gas pipeline will, and the CO2 pipeline will. So out of all of those, you get, the gas reaches a sonic velocity and you get a sonic boom.
Okay, so I think the point you were trying to make was that, well, we don't really need an odorant in a CO2 pipeline because you'll hear the sonic boom, but we've just established that won't indicate if it's a CO2 pipeline exploding or a natural gas pipeline exploding, the sound alone.
Well, that's true.
Okay. And you would agree that, for families, businesses living by the pipeline, that as much advanced warning and as much information as to the hazard they're potentially about to experience is a reasonable thing to request.
Well, I think the people who are potentially impacted need to be educated about the potential impacts.
Okay, and if I just moved to the area and missed the alleged citizen input that happened 2 years ago and hasn't been renewed, how about an ordinance? How about with doing the best we can to let people know that there is a dangerous situation?
Well, there's an ongoing public awareness requirement in the PHMSA regulations. So pipeline operators are required to educate the public about the hazards of their pipeline system. And that's not a once and done deal, that's an every year deal.
Well, okay, but well, obviously you know there's no requirement that they knock on every door along the route or sit down with every family or every business or talk to every farmer that's going to drive across the pipeline. They have an awareness program, but it's not to that detail, correct?
Well, they don't, it's a performance-based thing.
Okay.
So PHMSA does incorporate in a recommended practice on public awareness. So it's not just performance-based. There are specific requirements in that recommended practice that every operator is required to do. But at the end of the day, there's no rule that says you got to go sit down with everybody and talk to them face-to-face.
Right.
Not that kind of requirement.
Right. And performance-based, as we've talked to other folks about that's similar to the running ductile fracture control and propagation, one sentence PHMSA ordinance. It's a performance-based, we hope you live up to it kind of ordinance, right?
Actually, when you talk about the public awareness, there is a separate requirement on effectiveness evaluations. So it's not just a performance-based, we hope you do a good job kind of requirement. It's and by the way, you have to do an effectiveness evaluation every 2 years to show that you're actually communicating effectively to those people that you're trying to communicate to. So there is you close the loop on public awareness as far as PHMSA is concerned.
Yeah, and it's kind of like PHMSA requiring a pipeline company to be the reporter of an injury, right? PHMSA doesn't go do the audit. PHMSA doesn't sit down with South Dakotans and ask them if they feel adequately informed. It's a pipeline company standard, and we rely on them to report accurately, correct?
Well, PHMSA evaluates their effectiveness evaluation. So a pipeline operator has to do an effectiveness evaluation, and that's also subject to audit by PHMSA. So PHMSA will look at that and see if they did a good job with their effectiveness evaluation. Number one, was the effectiveness evaluation effective? Did they do a good evaluation? And then number two is the effectiveness evaluation showing your program is actually effective. So PHMSA is looking at both of those things.
And you mentioned the pipeline safety trust in one of your answers related to the ongoing rulemaking process. Are you aware that the pipeline safety trust has determined that carbon dioxide pipelines are underregulated and dangerous?
Yes, I've seen your white paper.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. Nothing further.
Staff, do you need a redirect?
I do not, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
I do have a question on clarification, if you don't mind. You were asked the question about the letter, and you said you thought it went to the Public Utilities Commission, and then you made a statement that you assumed it was their 811 program. Are you aware that the Public Utilities Commission does not oversee the 811 program, and it's a separate board?
Yeah, that's why I kind of couched my answer. I wasn't sure which organization they sent it to. I know they sent it to some governing organization in the state of South Dakota.
Thank you.
Sorry if I misspoke and said the PUC.
I just wanted to clarify the record. Thank you.
Yeah.
Because there's been so much confusion, and of course, state law has been changed now because of all the confusion. So thank you.
Well, with that, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
You may step down. And the rest of us could go to lunch and reconvene at 1:30.
Or later.
he needs to.
Okay, so be careful. It's like
Well, mark it at
1:35?
1:30. If
1:30?
someone doesn't show up, then it'll be later.
Okay, 1:30.
It would be my intent, just for preparation purposes for everybody, it would be my intent to call Tim Kalman next.
Okay, here we go.
I mean, you don't have to do it. You are.
Yeah, everybody learns how to log on this one. Thanks for coming out.
Downstairs, yeah.
I'm here for you.
Good. Oh, yeah. Oh, right on, yeah. All right.
Insert myself in there.
You know, however it flows is fine with me, but the probably you just inserting yourself works for me. Sure, works for me.